Good afternoon. I'm thinking today, carrying on with some more artwork for the Twitch page. I hope everyone's doing well. I've had a lovely little morning so far, playing with the crunch. And I even fixed my sound alerts, so they're all up and running again, which is fabulous. So this is where we got to last time. I've got a couple planned. I'm going to go ahead and do the ones that are on the About page at the moment, and then I will eventually finish off the extra ones that are going to be useful in the future. So I think we're gonna start off with this guy. Yeah, we're just gonna start off just keeping it nice and chill this morning. So, we're going to vector layer this as we did before. Let's see. What even is this? This is... I do the thing so often where I have layers and I'm like, I don't even know what layer that is. Who are you? Oh yeah, you're the notes that I took. Right, there we go. Get ourselves a new layer. And go ahead and get the appropriate colours. And like a genius, I've completely forgotten what brush I was using. It was probably Real G Pen though. That looks right. Yeah. It's like one of my go-to brushes. It just looks so cool and so fuzzy. Vector magnet? What does that mean? Set whether to snap to other lines on the vector layer becoming one line. And degree of connection. Oh, that's kind of useful. I might give that a go later on. Try it out. See what I fancy. Okay. Let's bump that stabilization up. Also, let's very quickly write a note that I am on Real G Pen at honestly between 30 and 50 because that's my standard. I just find I get nice lines that way. There we go. Make sure that's a three-dimensional object in there. What? Oh my god, hi, welcome! Good morning! I was just with you. Adventure! Welcome in, Raiders! Oh my goodness! Oh my gosh. Hi, I'm the Dupus. I am a British-based artist. I'm a very, very recent streamer. So at the minute, I'm drawing a bunch of channel art for myself. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. Let me take you on a quick tour. I don't have a cool setup like Doigan Swift do. But I would love to set something like that up in the future, so there are plans in motion. But at the very beginning of my art adventure in streaming, I am at the very least gonna get everything nice and consistent. Hi! I've seriously enjoyed the animation challenge this morning. That was so cool. Oh my goodness. And yeah, I've been an artist for, I like to say 20 years because I count being interested in art as an 11-year-old and picking up art books. And one of my big future plans is that I would love to take my previous teaching experience and turn it into free webinars and free teaching streams and advice streams and everything like that, for artists, usually of like 15 plus. And I just want to spread what I didn't get as a kid out to people who may not have the same sort of resources or chances, or maybe their schools don't have that sort of curriculum. I just want to gather as much teaching input and then go ahead and share it with the world. I actually trained as a teacher with design and technology for a year, so I have some pedagogical experience, but I would like to sort of continue doing that. And yeah, I'm a bit of a style mimic myself, so I'd like to sort of spread that kind of, like, one of my favorite things ever is just doing all sorts of different styles, like as many strange, new, interesting things that I see, I want to replicate it. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, if you guys stick around with me for like this project honestly is going to take like a year. Slowly but surely I'm going to start doing those streams. Here's like a little couple pieces of my artwork to show the variation. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Yeah, just a bunch of cute stuff. Oh, honestly, you guys are making my heart flood. Like, thank you so much for dropping in. That is seriously kind and cool of you. And it's my honest belief that, like, anybody who wants to be an artist can be an artist. And that's the kind of space that I want to, like, foster in here. I really, really want to encourage the kind of excitement that people have when they look at art and they go, I want to draw that. I think you can draw it. I think it just takes dedication and time and practice. And I think that with the right kind of, like, nudges and pushes, that, like, anybody can get to a point where they would be able to draw something that they are happy with. Which is the ultimate goal, really. You don't have to be the best artist in the world, but if you do make something that makes you smile, laugh, or makes you happy with, like, getting the image in your head out onto a page or onto a canvas, then in my eyes, that's a win. That's the biggest win that you could go for. Oh my goodness. And of course, if anybody has to go, or if anybody just wants to lurk, do feel free. Like, I'm beyond touched that you're even here. So, thanks for dropping by if you do need to go and sort yourselves out. I also run on a, like, during the ad breaks in here, I would much rather that people don't just sit around and, like, stick to watch the ads. Go up and get some stretches and get some food, use the toilet, like, look after yourselves during those points. And, yeah, like, I tend to sort of take stretches around that time too. It's lovely to meet you all. And yeah, feel free to call me the Dupus or Claire. I go by she, her, any. So anything like that is absolutely fine. I'm very, very flexible. And yeah, we're just going to be cracking on with some artwork. And if anybody has, I guess finally, if anybody has any sort of, like, desire to get artwork from me, I'm doing a very sort of short dono run at the minute, where any amount of money donated will get you a piece from me. Obviously, if it's a smaller donation, it will be a quick little doodle. If it's a bigger donation, then I will draw you a full-on piece. And yeah, like, it that is up in my Ko-fi over there, so feel free to check that out if you want. But absolutely no pressure to do so if you don't feel like it. And yeah, I'll be running till 6, so feel free to, like, come and go if you want. At the minute, I'm just doing vector layer stuff, and I've been learning a lot about how to use the vectors in CSP. Because I used to work in Photoshop for like a very long time, and I have been really, really enjoying CSP, and quite often I will find I have these moments where I'm like, I know that I can do something. Like, I know I can fiddle with the vectors, or I know I can fiddle with like the lines here, but I don't know how to do it in this particular program. So we have been figuring that out and learning that together, which has been very useful. So I've done things like figuring out that I can change the color of a particular section of my line art by coming over here to the object tab up here, selecting that with the selection mode in here, selecting which lines I want to change the color, and then changing their main color here. Which was such a revelation, because I was like, I know I can do this. I know that's an option. Where is it? And yeah, feel free to chat as well. I usually keep an eye on chat the best I can when I'm drawing. And I tend to stream on every other day. So we start on a Monday. I'm going to be streaming on Wednesday, on Friday, and on Sunday. And I go from 12 in the afternoon in GMT 0 until 6 in the afternoon, or in the evening, rather, GMT 0. So if you are on a time zone that is a little bit across the big old river, then hopefully you can catch me sort of in the second half. And if not, then yeah, if you're part of the sort of GMT or Europe area, then yeah, I'm a daytime streamer. I literally have got like, so this bit here is just gonna be honestly my actual plans. And we're just gonna get that done. Right there. There we go. So, I hope that everybody enjoyed the Doig Swift stream as much as I did. I'm like, I've been aware of Doig and Swift for a very long time, especially with some of the really big animation projects that came out. And I was like, wait a minute, they stream. Why aren't I watching this? So I've been dropping in there quite often now. And I absolutely adore the work on the V-pose. Like, that is mind-bogglingly clever. Like, you guys are a creative power duo. With some very cute cats. There we go. So the little avatar that I'm drawing here is the avatar for myself. This is the canonical Dupus. And I just like to keep it nice and cute there. Ah. I've been following a bunch of other really, really fun art streamers as well, so definitely stick around if you are an art streamer, because, or like make yourself known to me, because I like to go ahead and either suggest or go and raid other art streamers as well. There we go. So for anybody who is unfamiliar with vector art, one of the main perks of using it is that I can draw pretty much freehand in here on my nice vector layer down here, which I've sort of like had to do as a separate thing. But once I finish drawing freehand the sort of lines that I want, I can come into my sketch here with like the special vector tool button, and I get to just sort of freely move the points as much as I want, which is so useful for like cleaning up my artwork, but also because especially if anybody is like me and gets sort of like a lot of wrist pain from doing art, this kind of takes away a lot of the extra little motions that you would be doing trying to edit. So instead of just doing like eraser motions all the time, I just come in here and I just clean it up with the nodes instead. Because one of the biggest things that sadly is not taught as loudly as I think it should be is that if you're doing art for especially extended periods of time, you have to learn how to stretch. Because if you don't, you are going to seriously hurt your wrists at some point. And yeah, like it's little things like this that help make your work a lot smarter rather than making you work harder. Hi, Keiki. How you doing? Good morning to you. We've had a wonderful big ol' raid from the Doigenswift channel. They were doing an incredible animation morning this morning, where they were doing lots of animals moving forward. Ah, thanks, Budspot. But yeah, we're just going to be chilling here for the day and just sort of getting things done. If you guys stick around long enough as well, I have just implemented a new thing. So if you decide you like this channel and you want to stick around to earn a bunch of channel points, when you hit 8,000, I will draw you a little request on the whiteboard. This is, of course, within reason and 15, like, plus appropriate. But I'm going to use this whiteboard whenever I need to explain things that need a whiteboard. And yeah, I just thought it would be really fun to just sort of fill the outside of it with doodles that the community wants to submit. You would like Queen Bun. I can doodle you, Queen Bun. Let's go ahead and get an appropriate marker pen here. Let's see. I had a really good marker pen that I was using the other day for this. I should probably just write that down at some point. With Queen Bun Wazir. Do you have any color preference? You would like it to be purple. There we go. Let's do it to like a 30. Let's do... marker, let's do like that size. And I actually have reference for Queen Bun because I drew your channel art, so let me just open that one up. So let's go ahead and have a look and draw ourselves a Queen Bun. There she is. So let's Control C. Oh. And then go over to the whiteboard. There we are. And I'm also going to allow myself a quick sketch layer as well. She will be the queen of all bunkind. Or she is the queen of all bunkind. Sorry, excuse me. I didn't want to speak out of turn. I'll do a little chibi version. Oh, we have got an ad coming up in 4 minutes, so if you guys, as I said before, if you're sticking around, feel free to go and grab yourself a cup of tea, go and grab yourselves a snack, or take some stretches, go to the loo, anything like that. I will be right here when you're back, but yeah, feel free to sort of hop off, if you will. See, with the Viera, with what you are, they've got like this really fun big shape to their ears like that I like. Kind of like long and tapered at the point up there. Do like a that big swooshy. If I actually just make that a bit smaller, then I can reference that whenever I want. There we go. And I'll go ahead and do the display capture instead, so that you guys can see the reference as well. There we are. She's got like this wonderful big swoop to her hair that just becomes this huge cascade of like really, really pretty curls. Kind of like that. And because it's a sort of cute small chibi, do just sort of a cute shape language for the glasses there. Let's see. So we want that kind of line there, that line there, and then we want that there. So again, we want those curls to like really come in like that. Like that and that. There we are. Just do like a cute little face. Put the huge collar on there. Come up like that. Yeah! Everybody loves a cute little face. And you can be going like up like that. Just kind of doing a big yeah woo. But I've just noticed that you are not wearing, you're wearing a rolled up sleeves. So let's go ahead and change that there. Like that and that. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. That's certified cute. Give you the little claws. Because you got those really cool long nails. Like that. Like that and like that. And then some little things there. Yep. Make that make a little bit more sense there. So like bring that arm in. Even though this is just a silly little thing. And then of course, a queen must have her crown. There we go. There we are. The ears of royalty. There we go. There we go. Queen Bun was here. And of course, we have to have little hearts. Queen Bun of Hearts. Perfect. There we are. So yeah, if you would like to have your OC added to the whiteboard, feel free. That is, anybody can do it, just as long as you have the channel points. And it can be any OC, and I will give it my best shot. Let's see, so we were using the real G-Pen. Pop hack here. There we are. Get those cute curves in. This is like another thing that I really found useful as like a sort of mindset thing, was getting used to the idea that if I want to make a particular curve, I very well might have to have my line go all the way out and then join it back round and just sort of erase that little bit there. Which is why a vector can be really useful, because it can just sort of erase it like I did just then. But as you can see, sometimes it's a little bit fiddly. Sometimes it's like, no, I don't want to do that. So we have to split it up. There we go. And then I'll just adjust that later. Yeah, like getting used to the idea of doing one consistent line rather than doing lots of little lines like that. It takes some getting used to, and sometimes it can feel like, but I need it to immediately get from point A to point B. And if I go over, then the line is wrong. It's like, no. If you get the line there, and you've got a bit over, that's absolutely fine. The more important thing is that you got the line in one. There were a lot of strange art, quote-unquote, rules that I had to break when I was younger. And breaking them was very liberating. I remember finding lots and lots of things saying, like, do this, don't do that, and then realizing, like, years later, like, wait, no, but I can just do the line in one big swoop, and it's easier that way. What am I on? You want the big swoopy lines. And I do want the sort of like paunch shape there, because I want to be big, fluffy, and cute. So let's go ahead and simplify everything, first and foremost. And let's go ahead and control click, move that out like that. Move my control points and clean those up a little bit. Yeah, that's the kind of shape I want. You're doing a hunger, so you're going to go into lurk mode. No worries, Keiki. Enjoy your lunch. Ooh. Gotta get that mask pattern. As an adorable aside, I actually own this mask in real life. I designed myself the Dupus mask. Because I was like, that needs to happen. That I just need to have one of these. And ironically, I actually designed the character before the world decided to have a big old cough. And it was just a kind of strange coincidence that I already had this OC. Well, avatar. There we go. So let's check that without the sketch. See if she's looking okay or if she's looking a bit wonky. The canvas flips a little bit. A little bit wobbly on that side. So it's like, try and straighten her out just a little bit. Oh, that would have a line coming in like that at the very least. To belay that it is a 3D object. There we are. Neaten those up. Probably come in here and make that like a little bit darker there. Do some of that. Move those points. Kind of get those lines to stop touching each other there. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So I just gotta make sure I save. Because I always forget to save. And let's go ahead and make those into one folder so I can easily move those about. Create new folder and insert the layers. We'll call this one Plans. think that line could probably do with being a little bit more emphasized and a little thicker. Just on the mask there. Kind of bring that in so that's a really clear difference between the hair and the mask. Yeah. Just get rid of these ones. Like so. Because I only want to colour in that area there. Let's just pick a generic colour, like a white. There we are. And let's mask on top of that. So again, there's another term I'm using, like masking. It is very, very fun. Because what I can do is I can just colour in inside the lines at all times. It's so useful. Right, I'm gonna set that up as my reference layer. And there we go. Hello, Sandra Burt. How you doing? Happy Monday. I hope your day is going well. Make sure that that glove is on there. I'm having a pretty wild Monday. We had a Doigen Swift raid this morning. Still waking up, but it's been a good day so far. I know! I was very honored. I love their stuff. They're very smart. And I look up to them as big respected artists. Oh wait, no, I want those to be blue, like blueprints. Yeah! And then let's pick some fun colors, like a purple. There. Pick like a sort of pink color. Kind of a yellow color. Yeah, I'm like still kind of flabbergasted, to be honest. I'm chilling, but also just like, oh my gosh, wow. What? Oh, what happened? There we go. Maybe have that come through because I'm holding it. Maybe make it on both there, so it's like a big object. I don't know what it is, but it's something that I'm holding. Now, did I do... No, I left that as a pure black line, so I'll do the same on this one as well. And I've made sure to include the gloves, or the glove. Let's do the pockets, and the underside of the mask is what I forgot. Let's do that there. Hi, drunk degenerates. How you doing? Happy Monday. Welcome in, welcome in. We are just chilling today with some more channel art. I saw your figures. Those were really cool. In, I think it was in Smokey's channel. Yeah! I loved the... Yeah, right, Snap. Thanks, Buttspot. We said the same thing. Yeah, I loved the Skaven. That was a really cool mini. You have so many Skaven. As far as I'm aware, that's what Skaven should be like, though, like the big Skaven armies. Because 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy was stupid in scale. Ah. You'll need to bring an entire truckload of miniature figures. But there's so many, how can they take up a truck? With things needing at least 5 minis in a row, and getting some kind of bonus for up to 3 additional rows behind them. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of figures! Painting a horde army is not fun, haha. No, I bet not. I bet at the end of that you just, like, are breathing and eating paint. Become the paint. You had fun playing them, and yeah, you pretty much played with your friend and just played a lot with Greys or proxies instead. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Yeah, when the whole thing becomes a case of like, well, I can't play until I've finished painting the mini. While having a painted mini is nice, it's also fun to play the game. I'm like that with certain card games. If I can't get a hold of the card, I'm like, then I'm drawing it on this printer paper. And putting it in a card sleeve anyway. I bet. That's a lot of minis to keep a track of. It's almost like the StarCraft, like Zerg playing against a player who was very good at that. And then it's just like, I, there's so many. There's so many. Many little guys. Hello, hello. Welcome in, Sam. How you doing apart from your feet? Yeah, you did a lot of walking the other day. Embrace chaos. Because every weapon bigger than what you can hold in two paws had the potential to just explode or worse. Oh my gosh. All good? And you went to the ruins and the lake in one day? Oh my gosh, that is a big walk. Nice though. Like, the pictures that you sent me were absolutely beautiful. Especially all the flowers. They were stunning. That's one thing I'm really, like, looking forward to on Tuesday is, I'm gonna go for a big forest walk. You often just went, roll as many dice as you can, as you can and see what happens. And more often than not, it paid off for you. But it was also hilarious. For you, not your friend. No, I bet. We love chaos. We'll have to go for a walk when I come down for Heather's? Absolutely. I'd love that. You should have recovered by then. Remain horizontal until the end of May. No promises. Yeah, your cats will probably be like, you need to open the door because I need to drink out of the bath tap specifically. No other tap will do, only the bath tap. You fondly remember one time using one of the Skaven laser cannons against his own lord on a dragon. You rolled the dice and the result was something like spin by dice amount, then fire a shot at maximum power before exploding and damaging everyone around it. You obliterated his shit and blew up the negligible amount of points on your end. Oh my gosh. I can only drink the bath tap. Sam's cats are definitely like that. Like one in particular, Pingu. Pingu is a little queen. I was about to say, degenerates. That reminds me of wild magic tables in Dungeons and Dragons. We've got um in our main campaign at the minute a character who, well, I say a character. The group has birthed a mimic by planting some like suspicious spores into a chest in a magic temple. And the chest came to life and like has been sort of growing a bit like a Tamagotchi, so like they just occasionally see new things happen to what they've now deemed as Scooter. And Scooter the Mimic, one of the options that I have for it is you have a bite attack, you have like a scratch attack, um and then also you have um a random attack. So like there is a chaos version of like you don't know what Scooter's gonna do, but like his intentions seem to be good, I think. Like it seems to like your party, so at the minute it seems that the mimic is on your side. But the chaos roll is just I asked them to roll on the wild magic table. So in doing that one time, they were in a fight in a small corridor. They rolled the wild magic, and like he just exploded with a bunch of grease all over the floor, which like it hindered the enemies, but it also hindered the party. And Scooter just seemed so proud of what he had done. We stand Scooter. He's called Scooter because we have a 300-year-old gnome who's just really grouchy called Bee. And she got the chest modified before we fully knew that it was a mimic yet. Like, they'd planted the spores in it because they were like, huh, this is like a really interesting and good sample from like this temple. We should like examine it. And I kid you not, when they got back, the request I got from B was, is there some way that we could make this into like a mobility scooter for me? Because like I'm an old woman. So like essentially the compromise was like, yes, there are like big wheels and stuff on this sort of mobility scooter thing, but you kind of have to push it along. And eventually, when Scooter woke up as a mimic, the wheels did, I think, go, and instead it's a bit more like the Terry Pratchett chest, so like it's got feet instead. Just so many feet. And yeah, he's loyal. He loves a couple of our party members. A few of our party members are very worried about him. So we just have Scooter, which is Bee's mount, and also Mimic pet. But yeah, literally the chest part is like here. And then they had it modded in town by like a one of the local crafts people to have like a platform with a seat. And like a little steering wheel at the front. He greased himself. Guess Scooter's not tavern trained yet. Yeah. And we had at the minute, while Scooter's growing in becoming a mimic, he's still learning how to mimic things. And like one of the things that we had happen was they were all going back to like one of the towns that they had visited. And they were riding horses, and I have it so that like Scooter, when he opens up, he's just got tiny little hands, kind of like almost like No Face from Spirited Away. So like he just feels around with these tiny little hands that kind of come from the box lid itself. Like he'll crack open the box lid a little bit, and this little hand will come out and just be like touching and feeling things. It's kind of like all ominous inside there. Like that. And he kept feeling the horse, like that they were riding on. And then eventually he tried to turn himself into a horse. And the description I gave was, it's bad AI art where he's got way too many legs. He's like an approximation of what he thinks a horse is. Like it just didn't go right. But we love Scooter. We love our strange little son. And as the DM of the game, I just get to suddenly come out with like some strange things that Scooter gets up to. And sometimes I'll just ask the people who are looking after him, like, hey, can you just make me a flat d20 roll? And they'll be like, oh no, why? And like, depending on the roll, I'll be like, okay, cool. So Scooter has decided. Insert something chaotic here. I think one of the other versions of a horse that he did was like he got the horse part kind of correct, where he had like 3 front legs and then the 2 back legs as they were supposed to be properly. And this was like last game. So like he managed to do this. And the description I gave was he's got that bit right, but he's also still like a chest. So like he's got a very clear midsection where like the chest opening would be. But thankfully he was doing it during a hide motion. So like he just kind of was in and among the other horses, so they couldn't actually see that he definitely wasn't a horse. He's trying his best. He doesn't know all the shapes yet. He was only recently born. I just really love that idea as well, that like a mimic has to learn different shapes in order to become a better mimic. And just at the beginning, it just has no idea. It's like, I'll try. Scooter's an artist. He needs to get his shape language correct. You guess that the issue is you're also in that time period where the paintings had those I know what a cat looks like kind of thing on them. Yeah, if he looked up reference, it would probably be like those like brilliant medieval paintings. I love those so much. This is definitely what lions look like. Someone walks up to Scooter, hey, can you be my OC? It's this with that and some of this, and Scooter just eats them. No word of a lie. Like, we've had some skeletons that they were fighting one time, and one of the things that the party was saying was like, hey, can we like tell Scooter to like to sort of like eat the or like take the bones of the skeletons because they keep reforming. It was a case of like, you know, you almost like in Stardew Valley, right? Like you defeated the skeletons, but then they reformed again into a bigger skeleton or like a strange skeletal creature. So they were like, well, we'll put the bones in Scooter. So not only have we got, and I quote, in Scooter's inventory Bones Malone and the Spooky Boys, which was a flash of genius for my fiance. But we also have that, like, before that point, a lot of Scooter's things were just sort of like goop based, so it was very much like, oh, he's got like kind of like this gooey, kind of like spongy liquid that's coming out of him. But after he had the bones put into him, he suddenly was able to figure out how teeth are. So now he's a proper mimic with the whole like row of teeth inside the box lid. But like he had to have the the stuff to do it with first before he figured that one out. He needed Bones Malone and the Spooky Boys. And like when he got the teeth, I was like, he absolutely now has the ability to do a bigger bite because like he knows how to do that. Hey, thanks for the follow, Jimmy Habanero. Welcome in. Yeah, I really enjoy kind of like an evolving side character. It's so much fun. Like, you just get to be so creative with it. And I treat him exactly as a, well, I'm not going to tell all the secrets of what I have planned for, like, what I'll allow Scooter to become and do. But, like, if they come to me with a really creative idea of what they want to, like, the party want to do with him, then I will absolutely embrace it. I'm like having to check my own glove here. Where do you go? Yeah, she goes over the last two fingers, so the pinky and the one there. Yeah, that would count as shorthand. Don't need to get too fancy with it. Just a little bit of shorthand. You can have a little shorthand sometimes as a treat. You're having fun with a Catasaurus slash Gwen, depending on the game. Yeah. I really like NPC, like, found characters that just, like, grow with the party. It's the same thing with Handrew, the warlock patron. I've been having a lot of fun sort of evolving that. Yeah, Catasaurus is a dinosaur lizard cat. It is the cutest darn combo. Music, excuse me. I am still listening. Just gonna take a little sippy of my drink. Feel free to do the same. Save my work, will do. And look, it works now. I got a little Moogle friend come up. Yeah! We also had our first whiteboard redeemed today. So our moderator, Keiki, wanted Queen Bun with Queen Bun was here. So that's now been added to the whiteboard. Yeah, that's looking succinct. You fully intend on redeeming it when you have the points. And just putting some PSAs on the whiteboard. There we go. Your mom is taking Blue for his playdate again today! Oh, babies! I love that your dog has playdates. It's the cutest thing. I cannot wait to see Blue again. I'm gonna give that dog so many cuddles. The true and real reason why I'm coming up to see you at the end of May. It's to cuddle your dog. Just, hey Sam, how are you? Blue! He's currently running around because your friend Noah's gone. Oh. It's like I made a new friend. Yeah. Do the kind of thick book thing. Little curve to the pages there. just a little curve. Kind of feel like he's been all over them, as has Ping and Gloria, surprisingly. She's normally a bed friend on the spare bed, but not normally a come over and cuddle kind of cat. Aww. Friends. I love cats. They're too pure. Even if they are little food gremlins. You're putting it down to them wearing black clothing, so Glory saw a challenge. Just, oh, that's cute. You're wearing black in this house? I'm a white cat. Shame. I like this one, commences furring. I take these black cloves. I roll in these black cloves. I was like Lily though, like when Lily was a pure white cat, and whenever I would wear black clothing, it would just be like, I demand all of the cuddles right now. I saw that as a theory as to why all witches have black cats instead. It's just nothing spooky about it, it's just because they want to wear black clothing. It's like, you don't understand. She's gonna sleep on this. Yeah, I have an orange cat now too, so it doesn't matter what color clothing I wear. We can only be partial goths. I'm sure that'll be fine. Yeah, that reads. You have 2 black and whites that never stop shedding, and then 3 tabbies that just shed whatever color they want. Today I found purple fur. It's like mood changing. Willow sheds white, and then shades of brown. Bean is, yeah, and Dave is shades of brown, silver, and black. They just throw all the hair. Yeah, it's cat confetti. Exactly. Catfetti. Let's do a flip. Doesn't look too bad. Oh, next ad is coming up, so as usual, feel free to use that as a chance to stretch, go grab a cup of tea, take any medicine if you haven't already, hydrate for sure. I will be hydrating during the break as well because I had a cup of tea earlier and it's dehydrated me a little bit. Stretch meds and hydrate. I feel that this shoulder's a little high. I think that's what I'm feeling. Maybe we bring it kind of more in like that. Maybe, Maybe it's more like this. And then we sort of compensate by bringing this one up a little bit. Ooh, whoa. Get a pic! Do a blog! Let's jump over here. Yeah, that's looking a bit better. It's a little bit more even. Cool. So, let's go ahead and put that back in the holder. Pull the folder FAQ. Cool, cool, cool. Let's go ahead and fill that shabam. Make that be a reference layer. And then let's go. Oops. Okay. Okay, see you guys after the ad. If you get them. And then, of course, the bits on the ears. Make that a little bit shallower. There we go. Swoopy across there. And I'm thinking, sort of doing one of them. There we go. There we go. We love our shapes in 3D space. Okay. Oh, mustn't forget the butterfly. Sorry, the bird. You bought cookies? I'm jealous. Although I say I'm jealous, I made little chocolate egg nests the other day, and I'm living. You bought enough for everyone. Oh hell yeah. It is a pan butterfly, yes. You've bought your recognized hijinks colors. Yeah! I love doing this shorthand with bugs for some reason. Just having like little dots where they were, indicating their flight pattern. You were gonna start your mystery dungeon game today, but then realized you wouldn't really have time after stream and then D&D. Oh no! It's the excitement of having a new game and being like, oh, I want to play it. Oh, I want to play it. A new old game. Let's see. I know I have it in here somewhere. There we are. There we are. Lovely. Goes to Amazon to look at chairs again. Amazon. Hey, do you want to buy 100 glow-in-the-dark rubber ducks? Yes. Of course. The real question there is why wouldn't you? Start leaving them around like you're from Hitman. Napoleon blown apart is one of the best things about that game. Maybe I should write birds on the book. I think that would be really funny. Just bird. Not even birds, just bird. There we go, it's perfect. The first review for these glow-in-the-dark ducks is somewhat wholesome. About 6 out of 100 arrived decapitated. However, hearing my nan laugh harder and harder with each duck that she found made it worth every penny. Why were they decapitated? Oh no. Burp. It's a brilliant read, bird. There we go. Save again. Now Amazon is showing you nothing but glow-in-the-dark ducks. Tune. Oh no, don't tell me the Mega Jam got got broken. Unbelievable. You fix one, you break the others. Very well, we'll just have to do it in the chat. Unbelievable. There we go. Oh, wait. I think I know why. I have an idea. Is it because of this? If I do it again, will it work? It will work. Okay, let's get going with another vector layer. There we go. Oh, let's see. I want that one, please. Oh, fine, that'll do. Little sneeze. Caught it in time. Crunchy's just not caring about the sneeze. She is fast asleep. Snoozy little miss. Ooh, interesting. When I hit shift, it's giving me some cool curve options, as though it's doing it on the grid. Oh, so I can make that really straight if I want. That's really neat.
You're giving her a brush down because she's itchy. Yeah. Some random symbols in here. Hello, hello, one guitar guy. How the devil are you? Duple. It is your chance to be a big shot. You just woke up, it's 9:10. Oh my goodness, happy time zone. It's 2:10 here. Duple is your nickname for me now? I do love it.
You're more than welcome to call me Duple. You like to imagine that the computer isn't even on this image? Or in this image? Like, I'm just at a keyboard. Just doing nothing. I'm just typing at nothing. You made some really good pierogies last night. Ooh! Pierogies are really nice. Save my work? Will do. Ma'am, this is PC World. Please leave. You've been here for 3 hours. And eventually, after several hours, I'm just like, I'm in. Just on the password screen, I type it in slowly. Or like, password 1. And that's when I was chased out of the store with a broom. Shoo shoo, butt out of here. Thanks, Buzzspot. Incredible work as always. Truly a service. Duper's banned for life from all PC World stores across the country. I just go and heckle all the people in Curry's instead. They're the same store? Did they merge? Yeah, like 10 years ago. Wow. Sorry, what's that outside of my cave? You're free. Oh, of course, yeah, they're Curry's PC World. Oh my god, I feel a fool. I should have known. Just get these little extra bits. Looks like a good outline to me, so let's go ahead and fill that bad boy. Yeah, looks like the most minor of little things in here and there. There we go. Lovely jubbly. Let's go ahead and do a new layer. Clip that layer to this'n. This'n and that'n. Gotta love some comically huge glasses. But why? Very well, I will do this manually. Get out of there.
darken that up just a little bit to give it a little bit of depth. Yeah, and then I'm feeling let's go on to object. In fact, let's just do a selection pen. It's probably gonna be easier. Whoo now. Don't need it that big. There we go. Just select all the characters. Characters. Tunes. Downloads. The email. Games. Oh. Dang it. I was hoping that would work. Ah, well, we'll do it this way. Hey, Keiki, welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. Yeah, what you have? If I may so inquire. Grilled cheese sandwich? Oh, that is top tier though. That's the good stuff. There we go, I think I got everybody. Yeah, grilled cheese sounds really good about now. The mother is at the office tomorrow, so you're gonna get a sub Sammy. Oh, heck yeah.
Right, with these ones done then, I'm gonna take a very, very quick break. I'm gonna go ahead and run the ads while I'm on break now. Just so that, because they've got like 7 minutes on them anyway, so I don't want to like leave, come back, and then there's an ad. So I'm gonna go ahead and run that. Feel free to take a break yourselves. I'm gonna be about 10 minutes or so. And yeah, I'll be back after that. See you soon, guys. Hey, 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 folks! I am back. There we are. So yeah, we've got our first official 4 done. I think I'm gonna go ahead and make them look like the rules one right now. So let's have a look. Yeah! So, KKT redeemed this morning for Queen Bun. Isn't it cute? Queen Bun is her OC. Queen of all the bunny rabbits. And if you go and have a look for Keiki Tea Time on YouTube, she has a Minecraft series, and her Minecraft skin looks just like that. Her little OC avatar as well. It's seriously cute. Hi, Keiki! Welcome back! I was just saying that you requested Queen Bun earlier. And your Minecraft builds are really, really good. Hee hee. There we go. Gonna be focusing more on Twitch rather than YouTube in the future? Yeah, that totally makes sense. Maybe you'll do some Minecraft again someday. Need to get back into Minecraft, and it was nice finding you in Smokey's Discord. Hey! You couldn't not friend me. Well, thank you. There we go. There we go. Now it's all one nice little folder. So then we've got FAQ. Q, not W. Thank you. Then we've got the commands and future plans.
I'm a bundle of laughs, and we're both artists in one way or another. We both have a lovely mutual. Ah, thank you. And yes, Milky is absolutely lovely. I only recently found the Milky stream, and I have been having an absolute blast ever since. Put that into the commands folder. There we go. Ba-ba-ba. Do some of that. Oh no, I have just noticed the tiniest little stroke that hasn't gone to the same colour. It makes you very happy. Smilky and community are lovely people. Yeah, they really are. I find that, like, both Smilky and Reb's community are just, like, an absolute bundle of joy. And I've been really, really thankful to, like, have found them recently. You can see me encompassing a community much like theirs. Yeah, that's the kind of community I'd love to build. Like, I'm gonna be working really hard for you guys, and, like, I'll be setting up a Discord for resource like gathering and sharing and teaching and all of that. And yeah, I just want good people, good vibes, you know? We're all here to learn how to do art and share all of our tips and stuff. It's all about them vibes. You gosh darn right it is. I love you guys. You make me one happy dupe. Wah. The whole, like, critique corner and stuff like that as well came from when I first entered into the Drawfee server. I really got taken by the critique chat sub chat, and I just found it really, really fun to be like, it just again really reminded me of like being a teacher. Those kind of vibes of like, hey, I really like what you're doing. I think that it would be helpful if you look at this for your next piece of learning. Just like helpful signposting. And that's kind of what I want to do. Like, I kind of want to like replicate what I felt in the critique chat, but like being able to talk with my voice and stuff as well, and like do live kind of demonstrations of like I can like put lines over your artwork and sort of go through things that may or may not help. The kind of stuff that your teachers should have done, basically. Oh. The thing is that like even with loads of resources, like you could have 1,000,001 resources in the world, but if you're not like applying them specifically to what it is that you're like the stage that you're at, then it's like being in a library and being like, I should know all of these things. Like you wouldn't do that. Like it's definitely worth looking through and like understand, like categorizing each of the references and all the resources and things. But I think like guided learning is also really, really important. It's not just knowing about the library and how to get to the library, it's knowing how to use it. You don't remember any time your teachers actually taught art, it was just here's a thing, draw it. They never taught us the how and such. Oh no! Yeah, because obviously, like, I will always be on the side of, like, you know, teachers are stretched thin. They are quite often caught by a lot of, like, really annoying, how do I put it? The sort of the curriculum. Like they'll have to sort of stay in a bit of a rigid curriculum in some places. That doesn't necessarily have updated things in mind, and especially for things like art and design. That world has rapidly exploded. So like where I was in high school and stuff when I was younger, we were doing lots of, like, you know, learning about the various painters or the classics, about a couple of, like, really important art fundamentals. So, like, your color theory, the ideas of perspective and stuff like that. But most of my art education in, like the schooling environment was more based around art history and art, like the study of artists rather than the study of art. Quite often as well, like we'd get given paints, but we weren't really told how to use them outside of like the bare basics. Whereas like if I've like watched a bunch of different painting channels now in my free time, and there's so much that like that it's a whole wellspring of interesting ways of using paint, that you just kind of, you know, there's pros and cons. You get to experiment with the materials and like try and feel the materials out for yourself, but also knowing how to use them will give you that leg up of like, okay, now I can take that knowledge that I've just learned and now experiment with it. Yeah, you didn't learn anything like that. Literally nothing about history or color theory. It was just here's a thing, draw the thing. And if you had a substitute teacher, it was here's some paper, draw the person in front of you. Yeah, so it doesn't really sound like you had like a structure in your art and design courses, which is a shame because like a lot of it comes down to funding. Some of it comes down to the particular teachers that you have on the particular day, like whether or not they actually feel like they're happy in their job, or if they're like overwhelmed with lots of paperwork, because they're people. Like, you know, if you put a lot of stress onto the teacher, then they're not going to do a good job because they're stressing out. And yeah, that's why I want to do Critique Corner. Like, I want to look at people's artwork and hopefully just sort of try and get that kind of signposted style learning out there. Smilky did more for you than most streamers have. Like, he made me realize things about gender, helped you come to find that you're not, like, fully on the masculine spectrum, and I'm just, like, a dude, a guy, a chaotic gremlin with this, with the stature of a skald. Well, that's it, right? Like, that's really positive. That's so cool. I have a lot of feelings and a lot of theories about like the way that people are raised and the sort of the sort of unseen blockages that like might stop people from realizing things like, oh wait, I don't feel like I fit into the say for instance masculine, so like AMAB upbringing, like, oh, I don't seem to fit in with a lot of other AMAB upbrought people, like, why is that? It's like, well, that's because we're only focusing on one spectrum of AMAB as like the main way of growing an AMAB or like the main way of growing an AFAB. Like, But I think that that's all going to come with time, like, especially as our generation grows up and, like, has kids. We're going to take what we've learned and what we've discovered and pass it down. And, like, yeah, we're in the middle of a zeitgeist shift, I feel. But I'm so happy to hear that you've had those, like, understandings about yourself. That is seriously exciting. It's always so fun to, like, discover these things about yourself and just be like, oh, well, I always knew that there was something about that, and, like, I didn't really have a word for it, and now I do. That's excellent. That was me with my gender fluidity. 'Cause yeah, I was raised female at birth. I considered myself a woman, and still do in a lot of respects, like, consider myself a woman. But then I was like, I don't necessarily fit, like, what I've been taught woman, quote unquote, is. I feel like I fit more, quote unquote, what man is sometimes, but then not entirely one or the other. And then, like, eventually I found out, like, oh, there's such a term as called gender fluid. It's like, oh, I'm that. I'm the sort of swishy swashy, I'm all of them one. That makes sense. That's what I feel like. Like, that lines up with the feelings that I've had for a long time. It's like when you realize that you were allergic to gender. Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to gender and such, while you may, like, look traditionally masc, you've always felt that you're not exactly the masculine type. So yeah, to sort of put it out there, you're a demi-guy. Hey! That's so cool. I'm like, I'm always excited to, like, learn the new terms as well, like, when they come out, because I'm like, ooh, what have people found next? Hell yeah. We love that kind of thing here on the Dupus program. Let's see. Let's make this look nice and neat. So for me, it's like, what gender are you? Yes. Yeah, no, exactly. I will still say things like, I am a gender fluid woman, or like, it depending on who I'm talking to, whether or not they would understand me immediately when I say gender fluid or not, I will adjust what I say. But yeah, usually I will say, like, oh, I'm actually gender fluid. I was born as a female, and I am a she, her, any, so you can use any pronouns with me. But I'm very used to she, her. Because obviously that's what's been used for, like, the rest of my life. And yeah, Sam's a, what gender are you? No. None of the above. I took all of Sam's pronouns. Morning, cat. Morning, genders, and Sam. How are you? Did you have a good sleep? I took all your genders, all your pronouns, and you have the allergy to the pronouns. Just like your onion rings. I will take all of your onion rings. Woke up at 3, drank a liter of water, and then passed out again. Oh my goodness. Dehydrated. I think you mean that I can keep those delicious buggers because they are delicious. Crunchy, crispy onion rings. Your Chenda needs food. It's getting hungry. Feed it. You love this hack dupe? She's in. That's what we're saying. we were literally saying this earlier as well, hilariously. The idea that I'm just gonna go to like I've not actually got a computer in front of me. I'm just at like a PC world. Like Ma'am, please. It's not even plugged in. Bam! I know a lot about computers. Do these computers have email? See, you guys already know the kind of gremlin energy that I'm about, and this pleases me. I'm just pure scrunglin'. Yeah, you've known me long enough to know my gremlin energy. When you're friends long enough that you know the gremlin. Let's see. So we want to add an gibber commands. The official term, of course, being flibbertigibbet, which can be shortened to gibber. Not to be confused with a gribbly, that's a completely different thing. And it's definitely not a whatchamacallit, no. Yeah, you're absolutely right on that. I mean, if you're getting a Flibbertigibbet and a whatchamacallit mixed up, then, you know, you need to just sort of go back over the previous lesson. This will be in the test. If you think it's a Whoozuma flip, then what's wrong with you? Because clearly it's not. Don't even get me started on whether or not it's a Whoozuma flip. This is clearly a gibber. Nothing is a gibber, we've been through this. It could be a doofer, though. You'll not take away my gibbers, cat. There's also a thinger. You're coming for him. Oh yes, Cat. And Guitar Guy. We had a new whiteboard doodle today. So if you guys aren't aware, or weren't there when I made this on the stream last time. Excuse me. I've got a new point redeem, so if you manage to get 8,000 channel points, I will add a doodle of your choice to the... Oh, pardon me. To the whiteboard. And because I want to do lots of teaching streams and stuff in the future, I'm going to genuinely use this whiteboard for instances that I would need a whiteboard for, so if I needed to explain, like, I don't know, like perspective or something like that, then I would come over to the whiteboard and all of your lovely doodles would be occupying this space. I'm also going to eventually sort of like tack up fan art as well, as though it's being held on by a magnet. So again, if there is like a particular piece of artwork that you want like showcased for a little bit, then I will be slowly but surely adding and updating things to the board and filling the sort of like classroom space with really neat things. So like we'll sort of like pin some things up on the side here as well. And we're all just going to share in the sort of awesome art. And if you want any of those added to the sort of whiteboard area here, let me know over Twitter. Like, send me a Twitter link, and I will get that updated and sort of added on. It will be a little bit small, because obviously I do want space to to sort of like move things around, but that is totally a community feature that I would like to just sort of implement and keep going from here on. And yeah, Queen Bun was here. Her Royal Highness. A Melvin for Reb. Yes. Yes. Okay, I'll do that. Let me get some Melvin reference. I'll do that right now. Let me save my work on this one. Save! And I'll save my work on info cards just in case. And then we'll do a Melvin, a little Melv. He is such a little guy. You have a Melv that you need to finish. And Sam, you got Noah into garbage time. Oh my god, yes. Here we go. I've found a little reference. Oh wait, let me just go ahead and get the colors. In fact, if I go for that color, there we go. That's a Melvin color. You also have some if I need it. Ooh, thank you. It's not long before we're gonna be talking about the ultimate super weapon, Judge! Judge is tucking a big tuck. I love the point emote so much. I love it so much. It's really good. Okay, I'm gonna take a little sip. A little sip, and then I will start the Melv. And for those of you who don't know who Rebecca Roney is, she's also an incredibly talented artist with an excellent community. So if I could like get a shout out to her channel, she goes by she they, and at the minute is off at like from streaming because they just came out of surgery. But when they do stream, it is absolute riot. Like, it is so fun in there, and the people in there are just absolutely lovely. So definitely check out. Yeah, big ouchie, got some laser feet. I've been seeing her on a couple of, like, early morning streams, and I'm like, oh, your sleep schedule right now. Yeah. Thank you, Cat. steak with a pizza bagel in the oven and pizza naan bread. Oh, that sounds so delicious. Yeah. I'm unsurprised though, like post-surgery, that's gotta... It's gonna be a case of like the meds just kick in and then she'll be able to get sleep whenever those are active. And they probably have been waking her up as well. Let's see. I do want the little Pete's. That'll hold you for the rest of the day, or at least until dinner. Hell yeah. Little adventure MILF. Oops. Twist MILF. You're kind of just munching on whatever you have right now. You're not doing any shopping this week. Is this the sword that he took so many lives with in the Hunger Games? Oh my god, I was like scream laughing. It was so good. This is the sword he stabbed Kiryu with. He's just a fuzzy little guy. He is cute. You're watching your favorite streamers at the same time, me and Smokey. You're guessing that I have his stream pulled up as well while I'm working? I don't, but that is just because my computer is like 12 years old. And if I put too much strain on it, then it just chugs. But definitely when I am done with streams, I do sort of like hop over and watch a bunch of people's streams. And I catch up with VODs and things for those that were on while I do my streams. But yeah, I'd love to, but I also know that old Betsy here can only handle so much. She is a bit of a potato. The poor dupe station. Yeah. It's doing its best. And Kiryu Kazuma, yes, the Dragon of Dojima, got stabbed by this little guy in a Hunger Games. And it was hilarious and adorable. They're all space themed, so like Reb and Melv. So I'm gonna do like a little star. It was tragic. We were like, no one tell Onsta. Onsta, your wife has been killed. Do we know Onsta? Yeah! Onsta's awesome. Yeah, all streamers know each other. No. No, I watch a lot of streams that Onsta also watches, so every now and then I'm just like, Onsta! It's you! Hi, how are you doing? Yeah, all the communities are connected. We are one being. Oh my gosh, Kat. Actually, I have some exciting news to tell you. I got raided by Swift this morning. I was so happy. Yeah, enjoy your pizza. Yeah! I believe I still have a couple of lurkers from the raid this morning, so if you're still lurking from that, hi! I appreciate you. I seriously do. I hope you've been enjoying it. Y'all are the backbone of Twitch. I appreciate lurkers in this stream. As a fellow lurker myself, I get it. Sometimes you lurk too hard and you forget to even say hello. Oh, I do that sometimes. That's perfectly natural. I will sometimes start speaking and I'm like, I've not even said hi. Oops. Oh well. There we go. One Melvin. Let's save. Certified cutie. We love a Melvin in this house. It's a quality Melv. Thank you, thank you. You got the pizza. You accidentally lost one of the little bagels. Fell bottom side up. No! Luckily it was somewhat salvageable. Oh, the pain. Yeah, we have a little Melvin. And as I said, if you've not seen Rebecca-Roni or any of their streams, do check them out because they're friggin' wonderful and their artwork is astoundingly good. Definitely one of my, like, art influence. I look up to her a lot. Like, she's very good at what she does. Alrighty, let's definitely save the whiteboard. And the streams are just so much fun as well. Like, we have a riot in there. Worm trains always make you laugh. Yeah! I want to get more things like that. Like, just sort of squeaky little spammable things. It's hop, 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 hop. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I've had plenty of things that are ha. The kind of recoil that you do where, like, your entire hand goes back, or, like, you just sort of, like, have to have your mouth open for a sec while it's on fire. Fridays are for worm! Too dang right. You just realized what the background music is. You finished the story again last night. Yeah, some Final Fantasy. I have played a little bit of 14. And by a little bit, I mean I've played like a couple months worth of like being so astounded by like how many cool features there are, and 1 month of not leaving the Golden Saucer. Mr. Mandeville, I need a bed. Please. Thanks, Budspot. You don't understand. You have me in a chokehold, Mr. Mandeville. You see, I've been a fan of Final Fantasy for a very, very, very long time. I need the bomb teddy, Mr. Mandeville. Please give it to me. Oh, trust me, I have... So, like, Final Fantasy, is my baby series. We're currently listening to an incredible, guitarist called John Oath. Which, if you search for... this guy on YouTubin'... Nope. There we go. Search for that on YouTube. He is spectacular. He's got, so many Final Fantasy covers, and considering that Nobuo Uematsu is just so incredibly good, he is, like, legit my favorite composer of all times. And I honestly regard him as, like, a modern-day masterpiece, like, genius-level, artist. Hearing all of these renditions in guitar, it's just like, oh, my heart. Final Fantasy X is GOAT. Do you look forward to the day that we have a playthrough? We're gonna play so much Blitzball. Blitzball! The Luca goers can Luca go fuck themselves. May they go play Blitzball in Yavin. Yeah, I am a gigantic Final Fantasy nerd, so anytime you want to talk FF, any of the games, I will be there. I will be there and I'll be like, ah, did you know? I'm like the old ancient wizened one. And of course, being the old ancient wizened one, I know that Final Fantasy IX is the best one, and nobody can convince me otherwise. And if they say other numbers, then, I mean, that's a nice opinion, but they're wrong. Ancient is younger than you, only by a year. We butt Final Fanta butt. Play away, but just know, even boys can play. I'm basically Machian. Yep. Or Machen. Not even a year. Not even a year. Right, Kepolu. Kepolu is the text I used. Let's see. I'm like an old chocobo. You've seen Fat Chocobo, now here's Old Chocobo. Quack! Quack! Grandpa the Kid. I'm tired during the day. I can relate to this. Count Lionel? What's he doing here? You had your chance at the cotillion, you. That quail just made you choke on your pizza. Oh no! But no! Not now, Potspot! Incredible. The comedy, it writes itself. Oh. You live, thank goodness. We got some ads coming up in 1 minute and 43 seconds. You live for another day. So definitely take that time to glug a lot of water, specifically if you just choked on pizza. As a, I don't know, random example off the top of my head. And then make sure you guys stretch, use the toilet if you need to. We're gonna finish up these layers, I think, and then at 4 o'clock, I will switch over to Pokemon Infinite Fusion, and I'll give Sam a call, and we can go through what we've done there. So yeah, enjoy your mini break in the ad time, and yeah, I'll finish up this bit, and we'll get changing. Fun fact, Nobuo Uematsu, Final Fantasy X was the last Final Fantasy that had Nobuo Uematsu as its lead composer. His co-workers, Masashi Hamauzu and Junya Nakano now lead the charge while Nobu pitches in for the main theme, the battle theme, and any other massively important theme in the game. Yeah, like I'd imagine that Nobu pops up for like the Chocobo theme as well and things like that. Like the really sort of like big ones that he had a hand in. You didn't know that, but that doesn't surprise you. The music in 10 is some of the all-time best work. To this day, Zanarkand is To Zanarkand is one of your favorite pieces to play on piano. Yeah, To Zanarkand is so pretty. Nobuo Uematsu and Yoko Shimomura as well, like of Kingdom Hearts. Her work is astoundingly good. Especially the work that she did for 15. Somnus is legit one of my favorite songs. Like, without a shadow of a doubt. It is beyond beautiful. Yoko and Nobuo both goat. You've been living in the Kingdom Hearts piano collection book for a while now. You could say that 10 is Nobuo's Final Fantasy. It's good. It's good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Okay, so now that we are all finished up with the ads and finished up with the piece that we've been working on, I'm going to go ahead and jump us over to the stream start command. There we go. And yeah, I'm going to set up Pokemon Infinite Fusions and give Sam a call if they're ready. Puns are a favorite of yours as well? Ah, yes. I love me a good pun. The punchier, the better. Mods, can I have a ad pun, please? Thank you. Thank you. Sam, you're here. Brilliant. Alright, let me just go ahead and load that up. Oh, and before I do, I'm gonna go ahead and change my stream info. Here we are, stream info updated. You should be glad it wasn't a bread pun though, so you know, that would be the yeast of your worries. If I start with bread puns, we're all toast. I don't know, I think I'm on a roll. You can do this all day. It's because we're lesbians, Cat. So like when we get married, someone has to do the dad puns, and as the gender fluid in the relationship, I heartily take that responsibility on myself. You're a bit of a sourdough. You can't rise to the challenge. You were trying to think of a butter pun. Ah! I need these puns in my life. Oh. We have fun here on the Dupus program. Right, I'm going to get the Pokemon Infinite Fusion going. Hopefully it doesn't blast. There we go. This is your life now. You should just have that on Control-C, Control-V. Sam, I am gonna go give you a call. Whoa. Howdy, howdy.
Hello.
Put
Sorry,
me-
I just came off a sneeze.
Oh no! Meowdy schmowdy.
Oh, meowdy.
Let me share my screen with you.
Sure, that's Scrim. And I'm gonna pop out the chute
Mm-hmm.
so I can still keep an eye on y'all.
It was your life for 10 years.
10 years and counting.
10 years and counting. Oh my
There we go.
goodness. Sam, we've done some stuff while in your absence.
Oh, no.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, sorry, I was entertaining a friend.
Yeah, totally fair. Oh yeah, I need to do that. Oops.
You're once again behind an update.
Yup. Okay, so, we have a few developments, for instance. I'll show off the party as is. So we still got Karin as a Meowcarp.
Okay.
Mushi the Zoo Shrew is slowly leveling up. Greg is still Greggin. Being evolved! Look at this little guy.
Oh my goodness.
He's got a little horn now. He's a little hornman.
a little tail.
And so did Kettle.
Oh, I was here for Kettle.
Oh yeah, you were here for Kettle. He still says Kettle. Sweetums is still punching rocks. And that's our party at the minute.
Sweetums hasn't decided what they're going to be yet.
Oh, right. And then we had a whole bunch of really, really fun fusions. So there were some that we found in the wild. So we had like Rat Pip, Honka Wiener,
Yeah, I saw these ones. I saw
Hoot
who it was.
Wag, yep. And then we had Lava Puff.
Where did you get a lava tar from?
Well, the thing is we randomized the Pokemon, like the wild spawns.
You randomized them.
Yeah, so
Oh, God. It's the Rude Sandstorm.
he's sturdy and he's ready.
He comes out and he goes doodle.
And we have a second Lava Puff there. We had Appy. Him's got a little spoon.
He's eating himself.
Hims want breakfast. Give him cereal.
Him want brekkie.
I want Cheerios.
Dude wants his ricicles, doesn't realise they're not around anymore.
We had some
I was gonna say, no, go
fusions.
back to that ditto.
Yeah, the Ditto. We were like, excuse me.
Free him! Free him!
Like the shape was just the jar, so we were all just like, what the heck is that?
He's in a Yankee Candle jar, free him!
He's a little Saluto. Do not shake the jar. I imagine that the jar is like really small, like the kind of size of like those tiramisu like desserts that you get from Tesco.
He's in a ramekin.
Just a little ramekin, just a little guy.
Oh my god.
Let's see. We also had Nidopuff.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what the hell to get, Oh no.
It's a double Togepi.
Oh no.
We still got Sandish,
Yeah.
who is so sad. Nidoiri, who's adorable. Two bunnies. We got Igglyiri,
Yeah, I was here for that one.
who ate all the sugar.
Just find your candy floss store's been broken into and that's there.
We got Nose Shrew. Look at this guy, he's so cool. We had Ninish.
Yeah, I was here for Ninish.
And yeah, you were here for Teresa and Noodle and
And
Mandoof
Mandoof.
and the one.
I was the one that suggested you combine them.
Nickname. Rename. The one.
Behold, the one.
We got a little Hopkern. We got a little Poligma.
God.
Poligma nuts! We also did a couple of like adorable little Eevee ones. So we have like Umbreon and Shuppet. Eevee and Shuppet rather. We did do a Poliwag rather. But I unfused to get the sluggish. But look,
Oh my god.
it's EP. Do you feel good about that? Do you feel good about Poligma nuts? Nut.
Nut. What's funny about that Togepi and Eevee combo is once that Togepi evolves into Togetic, it's gonna be normal flying.
Mm-hmm. Also, we found the perfect baby.
Oh my god.
Look at this child. Look at this perfect little cat. I can't. I scream.
This is what Ping thinks she looks like.
It's just wah.
When in reality she's a resting bitch face, but I love her to bits.
We got Celopet, who is so cool looking. We were like, what? That's a Shuppet
I
and a
don't-
Solosis.
I love how when you use Pokemon like Solosis, it makes all these cool, like, themey, ghosty looking ones. But if you literally just combine anything with Ghastly, it's just dead.
Yeah, right. Oh yeah, and then they're saved. You know, if you inhale and say nut, then you can sound like Stephen Hawking saying it. Nut. 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 Nut.
God.
I want to train this guy.
You can't, it won't be called Darude anymore.
This is true. It was like Drarude, and I was like, no, it's Darude. Like, I think Keiki was like, does this thing know Sandstorm? So I was like, it's Darude now.
It needs to have Sandstream as a duo.
Yeah.
So
I
every
love
time it
these
comes
guys
out-
as well. The Slug duo.
Yeah, what was the one that I've seen? It was like, I think it was Slugma and Ivysaur?
Ooh.
Like that. It was really cool.
That does sound cool. And yeah, we sort of like headed forward into the brand new world of Vermilion
Brand.
City.
I was gonna say, but Claire, did you train?
We're training-ish.
Claire.
We got a bunch of Pokeballs and a bunch of fusions, I think. Let me see. Do we have the fusions? We have 11. So I'm gonna go up and have a little look at who is in here, as well as training against some of these trainers here.
Have you picked up your fishing rod yet?
No, not yet.
You can get that in this town.
Oh, yeah, I can.
Just go down, I think it's all the way right. No, left, sorry. Oh! It's left from the Pokemon Center. Left,
Shoop.
this one. This house. You don't pick it up in the water, Claire!
It's the fishing guru. I simply love fishing. Do you like to fish? Grand. I like your style. Take this.
You like to fish? I've never actually fished before. Great!
Take this. It won't reel in any strong Pokemon, but Vermilion City has a lot of aquatic Pokemon, so you might be able to land a rare one. It's remarkably empty.
Just like my head.
I did find the one trash can that had an ether in it.
You can't get that yet.
But I want it.
You can't have it.
I want it.
You can't have it until
Oh,
you get served and
man.
you haven't got served, so you can't have it.
I want it. Let me have it. Spirital? Oh, he's a fat little guy!
Oh, look at that corn electric weakness right there. Oh.
Oh. That's true though, I should switch to hey, Mick Moses, Mick Mosses or Moses. Please tell me if I got that right. Thank you for the follow.
Yeah, Mushu
Stats.
T-poses to assert dominance. Look at him.
That's not going to do anything to them.
It's a flying touch, Claire.
Wing attack.
So, Spin finally decided it liked you enough to evolve.
Yeah. He looks so cute. I was really worried, and then I was like, "Ho!"
Yeah,
It's cute.
I was really worried when because I have Boo Boo Chew, who is my oh,
Question for me. Yeah, go for it.
What's the thanks lot for?
Or a Buttian. Do I happen to know what you mean when you say poop weasel? Not necessarily, but I may also be reminded, because sometimes with things like references, I'm like, I don't know it until I see the thing, and then I'm like, oh yeah, no, I have seen that. But off the top of my head, no, I don't. I do not know what Ann Poop Weasel is. What? He's got a little angry eyebrows. Oh, I know Food Fight. I have watched Food Fight.
That Sanji is judging me.
It is judging me. A fucking poop weasel. Yup. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly the scene that you're talking about now as well. That movie is a trip.
See, what you're telling me, they're gotta be on shrooms to watch that.
It's got, what's his name from Back to the Future as the bad guy? You've unlocked a memory.
Cool memory.
A certain someone tried multiple times to inflict that movie on you. Teehee. That's it, Michael J. Fox. I'm also famously bad with celebrity names. I'm like, you know, the one from that guy.
I can't say anything. I call them basically the characters they play instead.
That's the thing. I remember the characters rather than the name of the actor more so.
I wasn't calling Shia LaBeouf Shia LaBeouf. I was calling him that annoying kid from My Robot.
Xehanort. Christopher Lloyd, lol. Yes, there we go. There we go.
That name means nothing.
Yeah, he's the bad guy. Which is actually also a robot question mark. It's terrifying to behold, truly.
Oh, it's kind of like a Roger Rabbit kind of dealio, where the bad guy's the thing that it's trying to destroy.
Except Roger Rabbit is good. It's the thing.
Here's the thing, though.
The thing about that is... Yeah, as far as I remember, the whole thing with Food Fight was it was a production nightmare. Like, you think of what a production nightmare is, and then apparently the Food Fight one was 12 times worse than whatever you're thinking. And as a result of a bunch of, like, deals being picked up and then dropped and then picked up again, it was like, oh, we just have some stuff, like, kind of put it together as a movie so we don't lose the money on it, I guess.
Oh, that rings a bell.
And it's all sort of patched together with early noughties style VFX and CGI. You haven't seen Roger Rabbit. You remember being scared of the normal human man in the trailer?
I remember the thing scarring me the most in that movie with the steamroller bit.
Oh my gosh, yeah, when the guy gets flattened.
I just think I have, like, just a natural fear of stuff getting crushed, because I remember there was a Captain Scarlet movie, and the thing that scared me the most was just this one bit where he's stowing away in an aeroplane, and his leg gets stuck in the landing gear.
Oh.
Like, this is the bad guy, so, you know.
Yeah.
And I remember that bit freaking me the hell out as a kid. I don't know, it's just... That's the bits that freak me out the most, is when stuff just slowly gets crushed to death.
Mm-hmm. Oh. have weakness to fairy. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Who?
You're
The
part
Tangela?
poison. Are you sure it wasn't Silverwind? Because Silverwind's bug.
Oh, then it probably was Silverwind.
Yeah, it's because you're part grass.
What? But it's Bug Fairy.
It's still got bug moves. Are you sure it's not fairy flying because it's the butterfly?
Oh, that's true. There we go. I thought that that fighting would be good against fairy, but maybe I'm remembering that wrong.
It is, but the flying cancels it out.
Oh, of course. Oh my goodness. Thank you.
Divine. Playing so many different games. Like, I love how like it doesn't matter how many games I play. The one thing that never comes out of my brain is fucking Pokemon typings. Like, I can't, for the life of me, I can't remember all the Temtem ones.
I'm similar though. Like I just really have these ones stuck in my head.
I'm just like, you know, if all else fails, just chuck Keck in there, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, when it comes to Pokemon typings, the only ones that like really confuse me are Dark and Ghost.
Oh wait, Sweetums is awful here.
Yep.
Sure. I forgot that Sweetums doesn't have any it's all fighting now. I thought that there was a dark move.
Yeah, Mushu was part poison.
Oh yeah. Seismic Toss won't be affected by resistance. Ooh.
You got this thing's boosted right now. That's the problem.
We'll send
That's
in
why,
spin.
that's why it's one-shotting you, because it got the silver wind boost.
Mm-hmm. God damn it. Right, you're going to space. No! I guess Kettle? Like... There we go. This cliff... Yeah, this Clefairy is scary. Scary Clefairy.
Yeah, the issue is just it's outspeeding you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this is going to be a win.
Karin!
Because the issue is it's just nothing can outspeed you right now, so it's literally just spamming Psybeam.
Oh wait, Dark's not gonna be good against it. It's part fairy. Oh my god, Karin, please. And then Greg.
Mr. Rafton.
You found out something massive. Please share. Dang, though.
Also, I apologize if you can hear the noise outside. It's Bank Holiday Monday.
Do I use Procreate at all? I do not, but it is a program that I would like to learn. But I do not have an iPad, so... I do not have access to it. But I kind of like side learn how to use it anyway because like I watch videos and tutorials on it because I want to be able to know how to use Procreate.
Since you've got randomizer on, I want to know what's in the water.
Yeah.
You can find out.
Let's try the twins. Oh! I'm part fish, you fool.
See, I think one of the things I'm noticing is just you've got a very big, like, flying weakness.
Yep.
That's alright, now you can magnitude.
This is true. So if your lettering or font looks a little pixelated, what you can do is put the Gaussian blur on 3 to 4%, then go to Adjustments, select Curves, and bring the right and left hand notes toward the center, and then boom. Oh wow, that is useful.
Kettle pot flying.
Yeah. Bug poison. Yeah.
So you could have brought that out and then Moose Shoes magnitude wouldn't appear.
That's alright. Yeah, I'll be writing that down in a note. That seems really useful. Pika-poke is a pal. And a good word to say. Thank you so much. I appreciate the tip.
Oh god. How did they both avoid the air cutter?
I don't understand. Okay.
Not using that on, you know, I guess they can't keep ground flying, aren't they? Flying ground, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Keep using Electro Ball against Speen. Though I am going to switch over to Greg. You look up and see the most beautiful Pika-poke. It is a wonderfully silly little guy.
Oh, my goodness, it's Tuesday tomorrow. I'm exhausted.
Aw.
I'm exhausted and I've got D&D tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm still living in the afterglow of the last one.
Oh yeah, what happened?
Damocles rocked ass. That's what happened.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you sent me a thing about this. The enormous amount of, like, holy damage that he did.
Well, I just, you know, because he's nat 20s are basically nat 30s.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, he's doing all that damage, and because of the way that the Monday game's set up, my radiant, like my divine smites, are double the dice. So a full-blown divine smite, which is 5d8, goes to 10d8, and on top of that, I have this thing that I can use, where what does it do? Essentially, it's a temple thing I've got.
Mm-hmm.
That if a enemy is, it basically like knocks immunities in that down one. So if an
Okay.
enemy is immune to something, they become resistant to it.
Mm-hmm.
If they're resistant to something, they become normal damage. If they're normal damage, they become weak to it. Vulnerable.
Yeah.
And these guys were normal damage to radiant, so they became vulnerable to radiant.
Oh my gosh.
The nat 30 damage was doubled.
Hey, thank you for the following, Emperor Penguin.
And then, of course, because I am the bestest of boys, I do extra radiant damage anyway.
Oh my gosh.
Big. So
Beach.
it was just a whole thing. Like Karen at you.
You can do this one.
You can do it. This is when this thing like busts out explosion.
Right. Hello, welcome in.
Greetings.
We're just doing a bit of Pokemon Infinite Fusion at the minute. We were doing some artwork earlier on. And as you're a first-time chapter, hello, I'm the Dupus. I'm a British-based artist who plans on doing art teaching streams, illustration streams, and the occasional video game here and there. So feel free to chat, let us know your pronouns or your preferred name if you would like, or feel free to lurk. But thanks for dropping by.
And I'm Sam. I turn up to these ones.
According to the stats at the bottom of the screen, we just hit 69 followers.
Nice, I'll drink to that.
You are the funny number. Nice. Centrant and Slowpoke was better than you were expecting. And you're also British. Hey! Mate. British rep. England!
Oh, mate, go down and get cheeky Nando's.
Mate, let's go get Greg's.
Go down, pub me or mate Gaza, the legend. He's got a
Mackie
free ticket.
G's. We come from a silly place.
I will be pleased to know that Noah also likes the plant,
The plant. The McPlant.
considering they are vegan.
Nice. Greg's don't make you sick. That's because you've got access to the premium sausage rolls.
Oh, you've got premium Greg's, have you?
Yeah, it's called being in the Southwest.
It was super from the South eating Greg's is the best you got, right? We don't got no Oggies or anything like that up here.
Me.
We got Greg's and we got Nando's. That's our premium.
Right, let's see.
I'll tell you that, Greg's do you a nice breakfast sandwich.
Yeah.
For when Macca's ain't open.
I'll always appreciate a sausage roll no matter where I go. Do not take out of context.
Oh, if I wake up early enough tomorrow, I might get a Macca's breakfast.
Oh, that'll be good. Ooh, what's a gem?
Yeah, sometimes you fish stuff up. I don't know why I keep fishing up old boots. Like I've done the quest. I don't know why I just keep fishing them up and just selling them at this point.
According to your channel points, you've been here for a little while. You fell asleep watching a friend you guess everyone after raided. And you've just paid attention to your to your tablet and found out you were here. Hello, welcome.
No, I know, KK. I'm so mad and I'm so sad. They don't even do bagels anymore. Like,
Is your cat on you? But yes, I was watching the Doigan Swift stream this morning, and they raided me, and I honestly was so shocked.
yeah, I was walking friend to the station, so I don't remember if you can get any Pokemon on it. Oh, you can.
Here's a Pokemon.
There they are. There it is.
There it is. A Poliwag.
You'll never find it.
A Pilliwig.
Anyway.
You could go for a sausage roll, but it's gonna be hard to find a Greg's in the US. You could go make a sausage roll, Cat. It's literally just like a bunch of sausages and some puff pastry, and then put some egg wash on that bad boy.
No, you just go to Iceland and you can buy Greg's sausage rolls frozen.
Yeah, but again, US.
Yeah.
Ask the Taco Bell if they will do you a sausage roll.
I'll trade you for some Ritz bits.
Rose 9-inch sausage rolls the best. Hell yeah.
Oh no, I don't got no Rose down here. Got a Wendy's. Got Wendy's now.
Yeah, I'm jealous that you've got a Wendy's. I miss Wendy's.
It's in Stratland. I
Is
think
it?
I think there's a Tim Hortons in Stratland as well. Have a look.
We've got a Tim Hortons. We got one quite recently.
I've never had Tim Hortons, and I guess I think it's just not really a thing in Texas, or if it is, then it's not something Ravenquickly do.
It's also kind of just mainly coffee, so it's not something I think you'd be interested in anyway. Yeah, because you're not a coffee dude.
No, I'm a Dr. Pepper free.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, send me that imported stuff.
Not a fan of the coffee in chat either, no worries. I will have all portions of coffee.
You can have my coffee with my gender. Take that. I'm allergic to that stuff. So.
Just like the gender.
Yeah.
I used to like a hot cocoa, like when I didn't like coffee. And then I went into teacher training, and then I liked coffee a lot.
So what you're saying is I need to put myself in a very stressful situation for conversation.
Where if someone asks, do you want a cup of coffee? You go, yes, please. I need to find cut as well, so...
Oh, you go cut a bit here.
Oh yeah, that guy wants a Spearow.
Yeah, that's how you get ducks.
I love ducks.
You can go in that lighthouse, by the way, you just go through the back.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, in gen-wise. This is a fan game called Pokemon Infinite Fusion, so it has several. It starts in Kanto. And but because Claire's got randomized on, you can see multiple gens. But this game is set several years before. Apparently, it's set several years before the actual Red and Blue games. So some small things are different.
What is it that you wanted? An Ekans.
Yeah, there's two people in here that want a Voltorb, so...
Yeah.
When you get to that point, I just mass caught the buggers. Because you need them for like 3 different things around it, so I just mass caught Voltorbs.
You're unsurprised coffee is a controversial topic right now, and you're surprised that we're not talking about tea.
I don't like either, so...
I do like a cup of tea. Put kettle on, cup of tea. Lovely.
I'm a hot chocolate.
A hot choc bot. I will unfuse the double noon.
Or a bubble tea. Give me a bubble tea.
You've had 3 cups this already this afternoon. Yeah, I always have like a cup of tea in the morning, like to wake me up.
I can't have caffeinated beverages with my pills.
Oh yeah.
Even if I like tea, I can't have a morning tea.
that's a big no-no for you.
Yeah, because it will mess me up.
Let's put kettle here. You only drink tea when you're ill. Ooh.
I love bubble tea.
Boba tea is very, very nice.
I like pineapple bubble tea with strawberry popping bubbles.
I go for a white peach boba with strawberry boba. A white peach flavored tea with a strawberry boba. It's so tasty.
I love pineapple. I like the pineapple.
Your body starts to disintegrate if you don't ply it with a steady stream of caffeine at all times. Yeah, it starts reintroducing blood to your caffeine stream.
I know, right? You don't want that.
Give me that Voltorb. Orby! That's cute!
He's Orby.
Now, I'm not gonna give it to either of these guys.
I ain't doing.
Because it said that they want a Voltorb friend.
You might have to go. You might have to go to the hotel to get this quest before you do this.
I think I already picked it up. Select a Voltorb to help power the beacon.
Just 2. You need more.
Oh my goodness, we need like a bunch.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, crack your back, Claire.
I will absolutely politely position my posture properly, thank you.
I would, but my shoulder is absolutely done, so I can't actually stretch it. I can barely lift my right arm at the moment.
I legit needed that because I was starting to slump, so thank you.
Yeah.
See, the Voltorb thing might be an issue because I randomized.
Yeah, and otherwise you could just go to the...
Appreciate it. I'm also gonna
Okay.
quickly take a sippy. Excellent!
Look time for egg.
It is time for egg. It's time for egg. It's time for egg. It's time for egg. Let's see. Let's go, Greg. Arena trap? Oh no.
Time for Greg, time for Greg. No, but we can't save our word.
So, there is a hilarious reason why I called her Karen.
She steals people's wallets.
One of my main OCs is called Karen, and she's a little
Genuine?
troublemaker who is literally a lucky cat. So I caught a Meowth and called it Karen, and then I fused her with a Magikarp because I thought it would be very funny.
And then at the time we only had one unfuser, and it broke out and took it. So we took that as a sign that this needs to stay as is.
Yep. That she was so unlucky as a result of being a literal lucky cat that she absorbs all the bad luck and gets all of the bad luck for herself. Karen does not like musicians. She steals all the flutes. All
Yeah.
the time.
Karen adopted one of my little dudes, who speaks backwards, and it's very funny.
Yeah. Some fusions on this game actually look good and some are cursed as hell. Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Sir!
Mr. Sir is terrifying.
Mr. Sir is a beautiful beast, and I will hear none of your heresy. Otherwise, Mr. Sir will be outside your door tonight.
Mr. Sir protects, but Mr. Sir also attacks.
I'm going to turn up to your house in July with several prints of Mr. Sir, and I'm going to stick them around your house.
How dare you?
You can open the fridge and Mr. Sir will be there.
Bidoof and Bidoof is top tier. Oh yes, I will more than happily show off the big one.
There is the one.
There he is. This is what a double Bidoof looks like.
The one is unaware of your heresy. Look at it!
He's
Ridiculous
ready.
body.
The big one.
Got that ridiculous body going on.
We also got Mandoof, which is a Mankey Bidoof. A little Sandish. We got some really cute ones. Like, I like Ninish a lot. Ninish is cute. Certified cute. We got a Solosis and a Ditto that just is
Free
a little
him!
jar. Free him! We got EP. When the butt of God Bidoof. When but the God Bidoof claim a mortal body.
Gonna-
Thanks,
Gonna
Butt Spot.
but talks so weirdly that even Claire can't pronounce it.
I still like Spingle. I might, you know what? I might just put Spingle into the cool dudes pile. Meowth and Eevee is still so cute to me. I don't think I will ever touch this one. It's too cute.
Told you, that's
It's
what my cat
baby.
thinks she is. That's how Pink thinks she looks, when in reality she's just glaring at you like you've done everything wrong by being in her presence.
Faris
Oh,
is just so
guys.
tired, like, hi.
Sorry, freedom.
Please, I've only got little legs.
I'm gonna fall over my beach again.
I dropped my leak. Hang on. We just pick up Faris and we help them.
That's why they're in here. It's just to help them.
Tanvi is cute because Tanvi has little peeps.
Tanvi
Just
is
little
an
pet of
over-
peeps.
an overgrown Eevee.
Yeah. Needs
This
to
is
go
what
to the
happens.
groomers.
What happens if you leave an Eevee in the wild?
Yeah.
Too.
Mime Fetched is very good. I liked Mime Fetched a lot.
I still haven't found a Mime Junior.
Oh my gosh.
I haven't missed a Mime. I gotta find a pincer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking I might find one in Johto. I don't know yet.
Oh. That'll be good.
Now that I'm over the.
Okay, Pokemon. Okay, yeah, I did forget to revive. Karin, please, I just need you to level. Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's a lot of fun.
It's fun.
There's a Google link. If you look up Pokemon Infinite Fusion, you can probably find it, but
Hang on.
feel
Get
free
it.
to link it in the chat and then pin it.
Get it.
If you're just curious about some of the Pokemon fusions as well, there's also the Pokemon Fusion calculator, where it's just a browser-based version of like mixing the sprites in this game, and there are so many custom sprites. So like, loads of these ones are oh, you have the files, you just need to play it. That's absolutely fair.
Well, it's up there if you tell, but I'm gonna post it anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, like this one here is a custom sprite. We tend to go for only the custom sprites in this stream. But yeah, it's a big hoot. It's very, very fun.
So that's the download to go to get the actual game.
Yep.
You want to go down into download and you want to press mirror 1.
And then can we
The
have a
calculator is this one.
calculator and then pin it? Yeah.
Calculator is this one. I'll pin that to
Heck
the top
yeah.
if you want to just mess around.
You guys can also, if I have possible fusions, and you find that there's a really good one that I have, I'm more than happy to take fusion requests. You can also tell me in advance, careful, this one might be cursed.
Just saying, look up Pinsir Mr. Mime.
Yep. Oh, there will be
yeah.
Tentacool in this grass.
Ninja. Oh, it's Toes!
Yeah, it's a drowsy.
It's Toes! Hey, Toes! Yeah, with the calculator thing, if a Pokemon that you type in does not come up, it means it's not in this game.
But they do have all of Gen 1, all of Gen 2, and then I think it's like
It's a bit of
147 from all the rest of the
it's like-
gens.
Yeah, then there's like spats of other ones.
Yeah. Pinsir and Mr. Mime is scary as hell, yes. We are
Mr. Sir
terrified
is-
of Mr. Sir.
There is a treasure.
Both of them are bad and scary. I have a VOD because the little donation bar at the top there, I am offering art to everybody who donates. And one of the people who donated to the cause wanted me to draw Mr. Sir. So I have a little bit of art in there in the VODs at the minute.
There is a treasure and a saint, I will hear none of this heresy.
Nice. I unfortunately did not take the scary away. I made it worse. There's only one way you can render Mr. Sir.
One does not simply remove the scary from Mr. Sir.
How can it be made worse?
Easy. You give it a party of cute little Pokemon, then claim it's protecting them.
Also, we've got an ad coming up in 1 minute and 37 seconds, so absolutely feel free during any of the ads on my stream to get up, use the opportunity to have a miniature break, take any meds, go to the toilet, rehydrate or stretch. Because, yeah, we get it here, like, the ads are no fun to watch, but they're gonna help me financially down the road, so I've put them on as least intrusive as possible, and I encourage people to do some stretching in between.
Take a pic, do a blog.
Yep.
Those are over with. You know, it feels really weird having to introduce that to people who are younger than me and them. Right. I introduced the group to Dr. Horrible.
Oh, yeah.
It's really weird because to me it feels like a very recent thing, and it's not.
It's not. No, not at all.
And of course they're all younger than me, so they're like, I have no idea what this is, and I'm like, what? What the? Is this shit?
It's Sheddle!
Yeah, Shadow, I guess. Shadow. Now, Claire,
It's just a
be
little
careful.
guy.
You're not going to be able to weaken this. It's going to be 1 HP.
Yeah.
The ninja.
Yeah. Let's just try and catch it. You don't know how to feel about Sheddle.
People say Mr. Sarah's cursed.
I don't know what it's... like, what it is combined with.
Weedle.
Oh, it's Weedle!
That's why I said Cheetle at the beginning.
Oh! The hairy shed Pokemon.
There's his name. There he is. Oh, these guys are great. They gamble with you and you beat them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you played 21 with them.
Yes!
Hello, Shedinja. One of the most annoying Pokemon to catch because it's only got 1 health.
Mm-hmm.
One perk of if you get a load of Shedinjas is everything you're going to set them with, it's going to have Wonder Guards.
They'll also probably look really cool.
Some of them.
You forgot that we had done the randomization. Yeah!
Yeah, I haven't got it randomized on mine, so...
New friends, new friends, new friends!
A brand new friend. I was going to do a randomization after I'd finished, and then I realised that I forgot that there's all a Gen 2 in this damn game and all.
Mm-hmm.
I did the Elite Four, and I was like, okay, now to restart and randomise it. Oh, wait, no.
Oh, wait.
Oh, wait, I'm in Johto now.
Yeah!
Another
Shedinja! Tentacle! Out in the grass! Help him! Or her.
It's that one. It's that one from it's the new one from Scarlet and Violet.
Oh my god, the mushroom one?
Toad's cool, yeah.
That's so funny. Oops.
It took me so long to find one of them. I kept seeing it on my like on my nearby, but it just wouldn't show up. So I had no idea what it looked like.
Aww.
Well, I didn't look at any of the leaks or anything, so I had no idea what anything that wasn't officially announced looked like.
Yeah. Doing a little run with her tentacles.
Just doing a heckin' job.
She just plap, 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 plap.
Why not for a jog? Are you gonna tell the sweetie that she can't go for a jog?
She is thriving.
In her lane. Thriving.
Yes, girl, thrive. Oh, you're gonna make some cursed ones.
Gee, I wonder what you'll be combined with a jinx.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not looking that up.
No. I'm
I'm
curious what a tentacle and a lily is.
I'm
Just like a
I-
pot of tentacles.
so I am just interested in what just two tentacles is. I'm wondering if it's just gonna be a tentacle.
Yeah.
Ah, no, it's got nothing.
Aww. It would have been funny if it just gave it more tentacles.
Well, they really haven't combined a lot with it. Come on. What's this lack of tentacle love? Oh, that's cursed.
Just flick, flick, flick. Oh no.
Yeah. You just go through and it's like, no customs, no customs, no oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that was pretty cursed.
Yay! The girls are thriving.
I know this one isn't meant to look cursed, but this one also looks pretty cursed.
Let's see, who else is in this grass? We had Shedinja and we had
Tentacle.
Tentacool. Unknown!
Oh no.
I know that Unknown do really cool combos.
Are they gonna appear at night?
I don't know.
No, it is.
Ah.
Ah!
It's Kiryu!
Ah!
Ah.
It's not E though. E's the best one.
Yeah.
E.
Ah. I think I have the Kiryu. One star ah. Ah. Sam, for those who don't get the reference, there is a main character from the Yakuza games called Kiryu Kazuma, and there's a bit of a meme going around that he just says ah. And like people will just put the Japanese kanji for ah.
The symbol Pokemon.
Yes. Kiryu. I'm gonna go heal, and then we're gonna come back and have a look. Save my work, will do!
Oh, that's right. I had a dream about Cassius Quill last night.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I don't know what party he was with, but there was a bit where essentially the group had to get something from some nobles,
Mm-hmm.
and the nobles, the item was going to be essentially at like a noble get-together gathering kind of DV.
Yeah.
So the plan that was put into place was Quill would go in, since, you know, his whole thing,
Mm-hmm.
And essentially run distraction, and then he would open the back door, and the rest of the group would come in through the back and get the item, and then he would make his exit.
Yeah.
It was going very well. He got in quite easily. Six curve Pokemon. But then after he opened the door, turns out he's old. The old nobles who nicked him were there.
Oh no.
And yeah, they knocked. I don't know what happened past that. They knocked him out, and the game, the mission basically became: do we, do we just get the item and leave, or do we rescue Quill? And then I woke up, and then my alarm went off.
I'm sorry, it's just Jiggly is here. That does sound like the start of like a big adventure campaign though, like just...
It sounds like just the middle of a campaign gone freaking wrong.
It's like your brain did a Saturday morning cartoon cliffhanger on you.
Yeah. It's like the cliffhanger was Quill was knocked out and they were putting him in the back of a carriage.
No! She just heals Mr. Sir and judges the trainer silently. Don't think she can keep quiet. Like, she can't keep quiet about Mr. Sir. There's like a panic button underneath her desk.
I'll just turn up with a Mr. Sir, completely happy expression, just thank you!
With like a bow on its head, like on one of the pincers.
Oh, I love you, bow on. Oh. No, it's got a durable tie. Little flower on one of the pincers. Bow tie, flowers on the pinches. I love this.
Let's heal a little bit.
Bro, we're trying to train. Can you not? You're fairy electric train?
She sees Mr. Sir and leaves an instruction book on the healing machine and how to do it yourself.
He just doesn't even want to work there anymore.
Hey, do you want to play a game? It'll cost you 2,000 to play, but I'll give you something good if you win. What do you say? Sure. Do you know how to play blackjack?
Yo, kid, you want to play some blackjack?
I'm canonically 17 in this game. I'm not a kid.
You're still too young to gamble.
Well, yeah. I'll hand you some cards. The total of your cards has to be as close to 21 as possible. If you go over 21, then I win.
21?
Yo, there's gambling.
What did we gamble with an old man?
Wow, an ace. Jack of diamonds, 11.
Well,
yes, I'm gonna hit.
What about me? Can't just say wow and ace and not elaborate, Claire.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm right here.
Got a 5. He's gone over.
Oh, he's first. Yeah, hi.
Woohoo, you win! Here's the prize I promise you. It's a nugget. Nice.
No. Yeah, something else for you to hold on to just in case someone else wants it.
Oh my god. Oh, I found the collector, by the way.
Oh, the barn mushroom one.
You're gonna scream.
Yeah, what was it?
15,000 for 1.
I sold it for 8.
Yup. Keep a hold of your bomb mushrooms.
Keep a hold of anything that says it is sought after by collectors, because there are collectors in this game.
Yup.
And not the version from Owl House.
He tricked me. It's not a golden nugget, it's a chicken nugget. Hey, wait a minute, this nugget is just a chicken nugget that's painted gold.
Oh, did Karen steal his wallet?
I don't know, I'll have a check. It sells for 5, not 5k, just 5. Someone might like the boots, okay?
Yeah, I've yet to find out who likes the boots. I have like 15 of these bastard things now.
The Owl House collector would give you 5 lol.
The Owl House collector give me as many as I want because she doesn't see anything wrong with that.
It would be a giant number 5 though that would like threaten to fall on you, and it would be very harrowing.
And then everyone would get turned into a puppet.
No.
It's alright. It's alright, Ian.
Yeah. Beyond that, no spoilers.
The creators have been stirring up the gay community at the moment.
Have they?
Yeah, saying stuff about
In a good way?
yeah, in a good way.
Oh, okay, that's good.
It's kind of like revealing what flag a lot of them have.
Ah, nice.
Like we know that Hunter apparently it's canon that Hunter is bi.
That's amazing.
They said
Oh,
so.
I saw a
Scary.
meme about this where it was like, perfectly normal hetero couple, unless, and it was
Yeah.
like pan and bi.
Yeah, they confirmed it. That's actually been confirmed by the devs and shit. So
That's so cool.
unless.
Yeah.
Oh hi, you on for a walk? Imagine like you find Tentacle in the grass and then just Oddish in the water.
Yeah, right, just floating.
They're just floating along, little weeds. Little seaweeds. Oh, BattleBots round of 32 starts on Thursday.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Nice.
Me no attack. Me no attack.
I pressed down. I pressed down.
No, you clearly didn't. Number 1 seeds. Me no attack. It's alright, the Oddish can float.
Ah.
Ah. They're gorge, they can float.
Yeah.
Don't let the group sit me to let me talk about Oddish being a gorge.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because that's what we keep calling Chikorita.
Aw.
Behold, the gorge.
Oddish in the water, that poor Oddish. What if it's got like a little floaty ring though?
My friend was home. My friend. Oh, that was quick. It took them less time to get back to Wales than it does for me to get to you.
Oh.
Because the train left at 12:30. They've just got in now.
Dang.
It took them less time.
I guess it's a slightly more direct route.
I'm from Euston, so.
Yeah, because you have to go through the ancient tunnel is the thing.
I like that route. though.
The portal.
I get to go back now. I have to go through the portal. You gotta go through the portal of non-existence to get
Mhm.
there.
Let's see, let's see, let's see. Who am I missing? Not you. That just reminds me of the everybody is perfect in this not you society.
Thank you for the not you. I got one of them. Someone did 1 year for Minami and put Bert in it. It was for 2020 Minami.
Aww.
Bert is thank.
Aww.
They thought of Bert, my baby boy. For
Oh.
the uninitiative, because I will be mentioning Bert and George a lot, they are my robot children.
Yeah.
We also have Fritos.
Fritos is a good robot child.
Is he been behaving?
Yeah.
He'll be a baby behaving.
Basically, it's like we go to a convention every year, and there was a Robot Wars event called BodgeBots.
Called
in
Subpar
which-
Robot Wars.
Yeah, Subpar Robot Wars, and we had to construct little remote control robots out of like cardboard and foam.
And I have a very bad knack of falling in love with things,
Mhm.
and the runner of it humours me a lot. He's a good friend, and he let me keep my children.
Mhm.
So
They're your
they
they're
are
your
my
kids.
You can actually see one of them on the stream, on the ending stream thing. Cause
Yeah.
Judge! The ultimate super weapon.
I still need to draw a cute version of Frito.
Yeah, because then I can get more stickers made.
Yeah.
More stickies.
Marino.
Huh?
Yahoo! Whoa, look at him! He's ready for punching.
Do you think it walks around on the hands, or do you think it walks around on 2 legs?
That's a good question. It kind of looks like it should walk around on like 2 legs, but then it's also... its back is arched over so much that it looks like it might walk around on the knuckles. Like a gorilla walk.
Oh, that's a Mario movie. Oh. So there was, when we went to see the Mario movie, we stopped in at a CEX because Fendo wanted to have a look for a game, and I wanted to go have a look at the Nuggets. There were some good Nuggets in there.
Yep.
So whilst we're in there, I've just paid for my Pokemon game. And Ping, not now, honey. I'm talking. And the guy next to me is essentially having a bit of a beefy with the person because he wants to return a game, which he claims they put the wrong game in the box.
Right.
But he bought it a month ago.
Huh.
So they can't do anything about it, basically. He bought it a month. And so they told him this like several times. So he demanded they get a manager. The manager guy comes over and says the same thing because he bought it a month ago.
Yep.
So the guy gets his phone out and starts recording them like that's going to do anything.
Oh, that's nasty. Don't do that.
Yeah, it naturally did nothing. I'll finish in a minute first, Mushu.
Which bit? Whoa!
It's the zoo bit. Is it? No, it's.
I think it's the Sandshrew bit.
Yeah.
Oh yes! I love Sandslash so much.
Gotta wait for the zoo bit to catch up now.
Yep. Crush Claw.
So yeah, so I've bought my game and I'm moving away. Like I've been able to going on because I've been waiting for this guy to put the game in the box.
Yeah.
And then in the space of time that I've got my box and I've moved away because Noah was still in the queue. So I said, I'll wait for them over here so I'm out of the queue way.
Yeah.
I had to go look at the nuggets. And in the space of time, I've walked over to look at the nuggets and looked back. The guy has jumped the counter.
Whoa! What? This guy sounds like
he's
just
still
not
recording.
okay.
He's still recording, and he's in the manager's face, essentially demanding a refund. And essentially, this escalated. Like he started getting really leery. Police were called. Police did come in. And I'm sitting there thinking, throughout this entire thing, I'm just sitting there thinking, is this really worth it for like a FIFA game?
No.
Like,
is the answer.
Is this worth it for your 60p store credit?
Nope.
Because he was offered an exchange and he didn't want an exchange. He was demanding a refund.
Yeah, no.
And it's just, this guy was getting I'm sitting there thinking, it's a sea of yikes.
Oh my gosh. Like, the second that he jumped the counter is the second I would have called the police. And just being like, you've crossed the line, literally.
Yeah,
That's
they
not
were,
okay.
They were already on the phone to the police before he jumped the counter because he was starting to get a bit leery with the person that was trying to help him. Thing is, she was doing everything she could for him,
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Because it was a month old, so technically he shouldn't have been able to get an exchange either. But, she was willing to exchange and he's just demanding a refund. Like, throughout this entire thing, I'm just sitting there thinking, mate, is this even worth it?
No.
It's a FIFA game, and you bought this a month ago. It's not their fault you didn't check the box till now. If they even did get it wrong. I've known people who take a box home, change the game over, and then take it back. I've known people do.
Woof, though.
Yeah, it was just... I didn't know if I was meant to be very tense or laughing my head off.
Yeah.
Because it's just... it's CEX. It was a FIFA game for CEX, mate. It probably cost you like £6.
It's like, this is a lot, like, you've got something else happening in your life at the minute, don't you? That
Yeah,
you
like,
just need to get the energy out. And it's like, don't do that to people who are, like, trying to work. That's just not
Yeah,
okay.
like, I've come home. I bought Guitar Hero 3 in there, and then I got home a Guitar Hero 2 in it. I'm not about to go back and go punch the manager because of it.
No.
I'll just buy it later for a few quid.
But right.
Mostly because I just didn't want to get a bus back, so I didn't bother
Let's-
changing it.
Oh my gosh.
There's a Monferno in here? Is that
There's-
Monferno?
That looked
Is that
like it.
Goldine and Monferno?
There's Goldine.
Oh, there's the fish. Ah, you want this? You want to evolve that into a Sea King, and then you want to combine it with a tentacle.
Really? Is that cursed?
You know, a minute ago when I said, oh,
Oh no.
yeah.
I was gonna say, Sam, those are some oddly specific instructions you've just given me there.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's what I looked at that was incredibly cursed.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, I forget the XP shares an item too because I'm so used to the newer games where they just stick it on me anyway.
Mm-hmm.
See, I made the mistake of playing this in easy mode, so it's naturally got the XP all on.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think when I randomize it, I will be playing. It's just when I first play through a game for the first time, I like to go easy on it.
Yeah, right? Like, just gentle.
I'm not a very good gamer, really, but I mean, you know, give me Power Wash Sim, I'll go nuts on it, but... Oh, it's got its hidden ability!
Yeah!
I did that! Because this is a hidden ability one.
Ooh, I wonder if there's a double Goldine.
Ooh, wow, look. Let's have a look.
Bro, old boot!
You don't do nothing.
It just sort of lands in front of the fish.
Goldine is confused.
Yeah.
No, there is not.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you could do Goldine and Tentacool as well, and then they can evolve together.
Oh, that's cool. That's Tentacool.
Ah, yeah, the Sea King Tentacruel is just as cursed, that's fine.
Route 2! Route 2, Route 2, Route 2! Would you like to trade an Abra for my Mr. Mime? No. Such is life. C'est la vie, my friend. C'est la vie.
It'd be hilarious if you walk over to her and she's like, would you like to trade a cipher for a pincer? And it's like, oh, do you want me to combine the two?
I
Like,
make
if you
items
would-
out of mushrooms. What would you like me to make for you? Ooh. A max revive. You'll need a bomb mushroom and 2 big mushrooms. I do not have that. That's cool though.
Hello, Queenie, you coming over? If you're coming over, honey, let me. Because you have very sharp claws. Come on. Her pins are so sharp. She jumped on me the other day, and yeah, she's very sharp pins. My old woman has sharp pins.
That's always the way though.
Yeah, I need to take her to go get them clipped.
I found an ether.
Into the ether with him.
I was away for some time and the trees have grown over in my garden during my absence. I'd have cut them myself if I was still a youngster like you, but I'm an old man now. Would you please help me with this garden? Doopus the lumberjack! Cut
It's
all
you,
the
Claire.
trees in the old man's garden, but I don't have cut yet.
It's you, Claire. I'd do it myself, but I'm an old man now.
Yeah.
You young'uns, cut my garden for me.
Where am I? Who are you? The
don't
secret
understand.
forest.
I still have not found my way in there apart from this bit. No idea how the heck you get in here.
Ooh.
And I don't want to look it up.
It's kind of reminding me of Zelda.
Zolda.
Zolden.
Hello, my queen. What's the matter? My queen demands to know why nobody is petting her right now.
Wow.
Hello, darling. Hey, my lovely old woman.
No clue.
Gosh, she has been all over my mate today. Like, the day they got here, Finn kind of watched them walk in. I went over and, you know, held out a hand because they know how to introduce themselves to cats.
Yeah.
And Ping was just immediately just like, "Oh, hi, I like you."
We're friends now.
I don't know if it's because they were wearing black clothing and the girlie saw that and thought, a challenge. But I did warn them not to wear black clothing, but they ignored it. They were aware of the fate.
The fate that awaited them.
Yeah. But yeah, it was just she's just all over him.
Aww.
Like, excuse me, I'm right here. I mean, the dog was as well, but you know, the dog's so. The dog's all over everyone that comes in the house.
Oh, right.
He's just like, oh my god, you! I
New
like
person.
you. I don't actually know who you are, but I like you.
Sustain? No.
Required spin. Surprisingly, it spins so slow.
Yeah, maybe it's the Spinnerack part.
You'd think a spinner would be quite quick. Ow! Ow! Hello, cat. Oh, enough on my headset, old funny. They can't see the screen. Thank you, baby. Love you. Oh.
She must clamber on you.
Yeah, she clambers over my shoulder to get to the window seat. Thankfully, it wasn't my bad shoulder. Oh, oh,
It's Mondine!
oh,
Oh.
oh, okay. Don't magnitude that, you'll kill you.
No.
That's gonna be primary fire. Starters always use their first time.
I love this though because I really like Infernape. That's Mondine. Help it. Does it have to be Monbutt? Thanks, Buzzball.
My friend just messaged me and apparently their dog is very mad at them.
Aww.
I was like, well, you have brought half of my cats home.
Having a huffy.
It's because obviously it smells like my dog.
Yeah.
It's a blue regard.
It's
Not
like, you
just a
smell
brown.
like another dog and you didn't even introduce me.
You didn't even invite me.
Rude.
How could you do this? Oh my god.
When does Golbat evolve?
Or Zubat.
Yeah, like when does Zubat evolve into a Golbat?
It's in the 20s, I think. Let me check. Pokemon's Zubat. I'm pretty sure it's in the 20s. Yeah, 22.
Oh, so next level then.
Next level, yeah. Only one part can evolve at a time, so yeah, next level.
That's... Oh, pardon me. That's gonna be exciting. Do a quick heal, and then I'm gonna use Zushru as my front. Thank you so much.
Apparently the dog is inspecting all of their stuff right now, but does not want the cuddles.
Oh. Just like, what's this? Who's this? Who were you with?
Excuse me, who's this fur? Yeah, it was level 22. I knew it was in the 20s. Like, thinking of the... Oh, there's a slack off in here. Thinking of the exact number is what always gets me.
Oh! It's Fletch Dude.
It doesn't even have a noise!
Yeah, I
What's
found
the
out
name?
that with the fletchlings and stuff.
don't have reflection yet, so I wouldn't know.
You're glad there's another place where you can use your Pokemon information.
Yeah. See, for me, it's just trying to remember the exact number. There's some of them I know, but then there's others. Especially ones I've only used like once.
Yeah.
Whereas you ask me about Beldum, and I can tell you exactly the name.
Tell you
Level-
all the Beldum facts.
Level 20. And then,
You have 9 generations of Pokemon information just sitting there.
Only 9?
Oh, don't.
How many gyms are there these days?
When I was a youngin'.
When I was a young Sam, there was only one generation.
Just collecting dust in your head.
150 Pokemon! Yeah, sure, Sam, let's get you back to bed.
Excuse you, only 9. Fight me. Sam, you're being called out.
You mean to tell me that you don't know all of the what is it, the Pokemon Uranium ones?
Oh no, yeah.
Diamonds?
All of the fan game ones, those don't count.
I know, I'm joking. Yeah, I know I'm kidding.
Joshing, I'm joshing.
I ain't no gatekeeper, me. I'm from the southeast. I don't keep no gates. We jump them. I don't jump gates.
No.
I'm too disabled to jump gates. My
Just
feet
a
are bleeding
Jigglypuff.
my feet are bleeding from just a weekend of doing stuff. There's no way I'm jumping fences.
No.
I say that, you asked me about new gen stuff, and the latest gen I'm still learning.
My knowledge tends to go to like Diamond and
Still-
Pearl, and then it starts to get a bit wobbly.
I mean, if it's a steel type, then I probably know it. I've got to continue my record of using every steel type, which is it's gonna be hell in this newer gen, considering the Gimmighoul evolution's part steel.
Oh really?
Yeah, it means I've got to fucking get all the coins for that blubber,
Oof.
and I'm lazy.
Hey Smilky, how you doing?
Hello.
Welcome in. They're made in certain gens, so they count as part of the gen they're technically in, so they count. Who's
Yeah,
on
I
mic?
mean-
It is I, the Dupus and / Claire, and I'm here with my co-host, Sam, who is
I've been
playing
here the whole time.
Pokémons with me.
I've been here the whole time. Greetings.
Sam's been here the whole time. Sam is a dear friend of mine. We've been pals for over a decade now, so
Yeah.
they know me inside and out.
Yeah. I am allergic to gender. Did everyone need anything?
You may have been talking about me earlier.
I don't stream because I'm El Moron and I don't understand how things work.
Oh,
I've always wanted to stream because I want to stream Pokemon fan games.
dude, I'll help you set up.
I have no idea how to do any of it.
Oh, that's it. I'm helping you set up. Everybody, we gotta get Sam to affiliate, like, day 2.
I mean, I'm playing them anyway, so...
Oh, you and I have been talking about Smilky. Yeah, saying that you got a good stream.
all good things, all good things.
Affiliate for Sam, I got you. Oh no, don't be nice.
Becomes affiliate in 2 days.
Too
What the-
late. Yeah, we were saying your stream and your community are like absolutely lovely, and that you're an incredibly sweet guy. And it's always a pleasure to hang out.
That's the closest friends. I love cirrhosis. It's just a blob.
Yeah, it's just a little guy.
Sometimes you just need a blob.
I'm gonna need you to hold these feels.
No, not the blob.
We training right now.
Yeah, we're training because Karen can't hear anything without falling over. I'm falling over.
Everyone's being incredibly sweet today. There's something in the air. And yeah, you're a certified good bean, Smilky. Can I get a shout out for Smilky Shake actually? Because their stream is excellent and you should all go watch it. 100% good bean. I also absolutely love your little avatar.
Oh, thank you, Kat. I was figuring it out.
Thank you.
Still learning the monsters, and the commands and such. This is what I mean. I can't even do mod stuff. Can you imagine me trying to stream?
Dude, I'll help you. I'm more than happy to help you out. We'll set you up. Gligar! Look at this little guy, I love him!
Gligar! I wonder what Gligar and the Zubat looks like.
Ooh, I bet that looks really cool! Okay, gently.
Tap it!
Do I have any plans for games on stream in the future? You know that I do a lot of art, but when I do games, do I want to stick to Pokemon or play other things? I'll probably just sort of play whatever I'm feeling, so, very likely it's gonna be a lot of very chilled out games, so things like Pokemon or Stardew Valley. I don't have any particular plans for, like, I am going to play this when this comes out. It will just be a sort of feeling it kind of feel.
Zubat and Gligar have a custom sprite.
Oh, heck yes.
There isn't anything for the middle ground, but Crobat and Gliscor is moi.
Oh, this is good information to know.
And that's
Yeah.
Gligar.
Just let you know there's a Golden Week sale on Steam right now, so I might want to get on that before the 8th. Oh, thank you very much.
What are you grabbing?
I mean, I might just have a look and see what's on sale.
Oh, there's that other farmy game I mentioned to you before. The one that looks like it's got Maple Story bad guys in it.
Oh, yeah!
I can't remember the name off the top of my head right now, but
The problem
that
with
one is up to 8 players, that one.
The problem with me in farming sims, though, is that I now have the curse of Stardew being like, I like this, but also Stardew. I could just play it again for the 900th time. Sunhaven, that's what it was. Yeah. You'll give me a list of publishers that are part of the sale. Oh, yes, please. Also, thank you, Buttsbot.
Thanks, Butt, thanks. What is on? I'm
Fell over onto my butt board again. Ah, I fell down and my butt fell out.
Butt Oh dear.
Ah, jeez.
Oh no. All over again. Oh dear.
Ooh.
What is in the library? Oh, that's what you could play on stream. Cult of the Lamb.
Cult of the Lamb. Yeah.
Hey, first, go.
Yay, Centrifer, it was. Ah, jeez, I fell down the stairs and my butt fell out. I embarrassed my son again. Ah, beans. I hacked it up with my son again.
Oh boy.
Kat and I like scream that at each other every now and then.
Sometimes you just have to prove things like that. It's just what happens.
Oh, it's good stuff. Sad Daddy was one of your first trophy fan arts. Oh my god, let's go!
It's like how sometimes you just have to quote that EA Bridge thing.
Oh my god, yeah.
Like, who's in the house? Andrew
House. We're also going to talk about television.
Told you not to say that, you daft bastard!
There are so many brainworms that live in my head.
So many. I've got some from uni still.
Oh my god, right.
They don't go away.
They don't.
Someone told me this is meant to like die down after a few years, but I'm still doing it.
No, we got the spicy brains that like to grip
Remember
onto anything that
everything
it's given.
Oh, you don't remember that? That's a new core memory. Thanks, brain. Cheers.
Cheers.
Nice to know you've got my back on this, mate.
Fab, I needed that. Great.
I needed to remember this one really obscure quote that no one will understand.
The entire monologue of whether or not it's the bug catching contest
Contest.
today. The rules are simple.
Using a bug Pokemon. Bug Pokemon in your party, catch a bug Pokemon to be judged. Do you want to give it a try? Oh, why? Everything it could remember from any video game I ever play. No, it has to remember the entire spiel about the bug catching contest.
Mm-hmm.
All of just oh.
Atlas, Sega, Square Enix, NIS, Koei Tecmo, Spike, Chunsoft, and Capcom. Oh my goodness.
Oh, your poor wallet.
We'd have to repurchase them all because it's a bit of a barrier, but we could slowly play through all of the Kingdom Hearts titles. Oh, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me.
I can hear your wallet sobbing from here.
Ah! There are so many. Oh, it's so fun. Chain of Memories, let's go! No joke, you were replaying the GBA version just a few weeks ago. It's so good. Oh my goodness. That is something that I would love to do. Yakuza is dirt cheap. Oh my gosh. That's again, Kat and I were talking about Yakuza the other day. This is all good information to know. Because I'd love to play Yakuza. Like, it seems like a lot of fun, and I'm one of those ones that has played Shenmue 1 and 2, and as I understand, Yakuza is the Shenmue game that we didn't get. So, for me, it's gonna be a case of like, there it is!
When we were in the CX the other day, the urge while this whole thing was going on, because obviously they weren't serving customers while the whole thing was happening.
Oh god, yeah, no, I don't imagine.
I know what my friend was getting, to the urge to just turn around and go, mate, we just want to buy Red Dead Redemption, can you not?
Mm-hmm.
We just want to spend £6 on Red Dead, man.
You just got Shenmue. Good luck finding the sailors. You can see that. You watched your partner play Shenmue and you can see the similarities. Yeah, so it's like, it's that big sort of like, you get to just freely wander around these really cool places. Yakuza is basically Shenmue, but on steroids.
See, one game I probably would... One game I think about that I would stream that's not a Pokemon game is... I can't remember, have you heard of Dredge?
Yes, I have heard of Dredge.
Yeah, see,
I watched Barry play a little bit of the beginning of Dredge, and I know the sort of gimmick of it, of like what it's about.
Yeah,
but
see,
apart
I
from
wondered
that,
how
I don't know anything, and that's exactly where, like, I'm excited about that.
I learned about it, I recommended it to a friend who, I mean, you know the friend I'm on about.
Yes, yeah.
He's all about that Eldridge. Um, he ended up getting it and running through it, but I haven't seen any more on it apart from like the 2-minute video I saw on it. And I'm also a big baby, so I'll probably play it on stream and have the comfort of the stream.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm Big
Yeah,
Bubble,
absolutely.
And if I play that game on my own, I'm never going out off. And then that's like the whole premise of the damn game.
You can't wait to experience Yakuza karaoke. And yeah, I saw up there, like, I'm sorry, did that say Yakuza Cats? Psych has been playing Dredge, it looks pretty good. Let's go, Yakuza karaoke party!
Yeah, Cult of the Lamb is in the sale.
That's a real Dame Dane moment.
Gotta get that cult game.
See, I know Yakuza memes, I just need to- and I know the funny parts of Yakuza, like, I just need to play through the whole thing. There's a whole Yakuza collection on Steam for 30 USD. Oh my god, Cat, we need to get this. Cat, get it? And then I could Steam family share with you. Maybe, could you maybe, I'll pay you like halfsies for that. Should we get it? Could we get it? As a treat?
Can we get it? Can we get it? Kurt? Can we just get it?
Can we get it? Should you want to get it? Does Double Unknown do anything?
Hmm?
Oh!
You asked.
I did. None.
None. None.
Non.
I mean, I know it says unknown, but because of the middle.
Oh yeah, unknown. Oh my god, I'm doing the whole like reading the half like don't dead enter inside.
Don't dead. Yeah.
It's unknown.
I'm surprised it isn't just an error.
Yakuza will give you an attraction to banks that you never thought that you had. So wide.
Back chat you.
Just imagine how different the anime would be if fusion was a thing. Oh my goodness, right? You over here looking at this thing like it's a compass. North on the sides. This thing is useless. Okay, so Zubat and Gligar. Gligar a baby. 2814? Oh yeah, it doesn't like when I do that. There we go. Fuse. There it is. Give me a bat baby. Let's go. Oh. I like this guy. It's Zuga. He's like German sugar. It's Zuga.
Zucker.
Zuka. Certified cute. The fly scorpion bat Pokemon. I like that. I'm gonna try and level that up because that looks cute. And I really like Gligar and Glissaur, so
Yeah, Gliscor is one of those ones that I sleep on a lot just because I forget about it.
yeah, like I did, and then I was doing a bunch of like drawing Pokemon like way back. This was like beginning of uni, and then I was like, oh, I'll just draw some random Pokemon, and someone gave me Gligar, and I was like, I really like this guy actually.
Yeah, the thing that I always forget about Gliscor especially is the fact it's flying ground.
Mm-hmm.
My brain sees a flying thing and goes, electrocute it, and it does nothing, and I'm like, oh.
Oh, right.
A friend of mine wiped me with a Gliscor because my brain just could not comprehend that this thing is part ground.
Okay. I'm going to go and buy some more fusion stuff.
Fusion.
I'm going to do a little bit more training, and then at 15 minutes to, we will do our usual end of stream fusion, like big fusion. We got a couple of freebies because I was curious, as a treat.
Couple of freebies as a treat.
As a treat. Ah.
Oh.
Was that a Poliwagon Slugma fusion that you saw? Yes, it was.
Slugwag or a polygma.
It's a Poligma. Disintegrates into fire. Oops. Oh well, it was magnitude 8, so it didn't matter anyway. It's like, why am I using ground on a water type? Never mind. Ah. I'm guessing that, like, I'm only gonna get letter A for a sec. I will catch another one because, we just fused the two of them.
Unknown A might be the only one in the game. There's a lot of them.
Maybe.
Oh, goddamn alphabets. They might have only put on a name. Where you're only finding R.
Ah.
Yeah, because I want E.
Ah.
E.
Ooh, a blue Pokeball. One of the other crazy things that we learned about this game is that shinies do exist in it, and they legit have a chance to be in the fused Pokemon that you find in the wild. And you won't know until you unfuse them.
Ah.
Ah.
One. One unknown.
Oh, it's got Levitate. Nice.
They've all got levitate.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
You
I'm
don't
a
think
fool.
there are options for yours were levitate or levitate?
But Sam, I'm playing a Pokemon game. That means I'm only half paying attention. I found 2,000 Pokeballs.
Someone just left money over here.
You got to have money.
Money. You've got to have
Money.
It's obviously there so you can gamble.
Yeah. Right. Like, just in case. We found their
gamblers have got-
secret stash.
They've left it there so you specifically come and...
No Shedinja. No Ron.
No ninja.
No ninja, no ninja, no!
That's something I noticed in the cinema. Apparently there's going to be another Ninja Turtles movie. I didn't know about that.
Oh,
There's a poster up.
that's pretty cool.
I didn't know. I'm such a bad Tim and G fan, but
You need to keep up.
no. I will go back and rewatch the 2003 series and no one can stop me.
Only 2003 series.
And the 2013 series though as well. Revenge
The
of...
animation looks really good. Ooh, nice.
Revenge of, it's a case of... It's not a bad series. My autistic brain just doesn't like how many changes there.
Mm.
It can't handle that much change.
It's like there's a lot.
Yeah, there's just too much change for my autistic brain, but it's not a bad series looking like, especially visual-wise.
Yeah, is that the recent-ish one that's like really
the
stylish?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the one that you sent me some stuff of, and I said I'm a big fan of that one.
Yeah.
It's just because my autistic brain can't handle that many changes.
Yeah. Which is understandable.
Just a little bit too much. A little wee bit too much. No, I still want to see a Transformers movie.
Yeah.
Me and my friend are talking about it, and we think we're gonna make it a thing where every time one of us visits the other, we're gonna go see a movie.
Oh, nice.
Because we enjoyed the Mario movie. That was a good.
Oh.
Oh,
It's
no!
Solo Dude! He's just leveling on his own.
He's going solo. He's doing it.
He's independent. He doesn't need no party. Me when I'm solo.
Me playing Pokemon Go. The antics. Do it all with friends. Me.
Solo dude. Well, we gotta try and catch him.
Yeah, gotta do it.
I love that he's got like just
Well,
dot
no,
eyes.
hold on.
It makes him look like he's a sort of 30s animation.
Yeah, my friend review real. 7 out of 10. It needs more Luigi. No Waluigi. Music in it's really good.
Nice.
I'm saying nothing more because it's still a rather relevant movie.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Magnitude 9. Let's go.
Yeah, that's basically me as well with my friends because all my friends don't live around me. So it's like, do all this stuff with friends and then basically just that meme of the guy walking into a house.
Just like, but they're all over the place.
But they're so far away. Some of them don't even live in this country. Come on. Hello, Slugma.
Slugma makes everything into slug.
Slugma.
See, if you're allowed Slugma nuts, I'm allowed Polygma nuts.
No, I'm an ace. I'm allowed.
And I'm gender fluid, I'm allowed.
That's just how it works.
Exactly.
That's from just watching way too much stuff.
Base
see, a lot-
60.
With me, it's not exactly a case of a lot of my friends in America. It's just that they're everywhere else where I am not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah!
Oh, there we go.
Here we go, here we go, here we go! Oh my
Oh.
god, what is happening?
Oh, I don't think there's a middle. Is there not? Is there not a middle?
Oh no.
Oh,
Whoa! Yo!
Oh, look at you.
This is so cool!
Oh, it's so cute.
Oh my god, I love it! What a guy! Yo!
You gotta draw this.
Yeah, honestly, that one's staying in the team. That is so cool! Mushu!
What's cute? Please draw Bub.
I will draw Beb.
Draw the child.
This guy stole my wallet. So
No, that was Karin.
cool.
Sorry, we'll get it back.
Yeah, right.
Does she need someone's wallet on this journey? No, because she's got the XP stairs, which you can't.
Yeah.
You can't nick anything if you're already holding.
I wonder what its Crobat version's gonna look like.
Oh, I hope it's just as cute.
Right? That's a real dude!
It is. It's also just a friend.
Ah, huge kudos to the custom sprite artist for that one. That's so cool. I approve.
I'm
We
all
are
for that.
absolutely saving this. Okay. So, we're at that time in the stream where we got 15 minutes left, and then I'm gonna go and find someone to raid. But we've got a bunch of fusion items and a bunch more pokes. So, if anybody has got any requests, let me know. The only thing that's like a bit of a rule is, I guess if we have a rule, is we tend to go for the custom sprites, which are the ones in green. So if we try
Otherwise-
something and it doesn't have a custom sprite, we tend to go, oh well, and then move on.
Yeah, because otherwise it just looks like a really blur of the head of something on something else.
Ooh. So like that's 2 custom sprites, for instance. I'm also happy to do reversals. I'm real curious. I want to know like what this is. So I'll start us off with a Shedinja unknown. I need to know what both of these are.
Yeah. What was that?
Eevee and an unknown. Whoa! Look at this thing.
Thanks, deleted user.
A ninja. The Psychic Ghost.
The shed symbol.
Nidoking and Talonflame are fantastic. Would recommend. Nice, nice, nice.
That does require us to have a Nidoking the Talonflame.
Yes, we do not have those just yet, but eventually. What is it the other way around?
I mean, they're both customs, so...
I'm curious. Whoa!
Shadowne.
Shadowne! That's neat. That is so neat.
They always say you should never look in the back of a Shedinja. Well, it's looking back at you.
Yeah, right. This is why.
What's in the Pokedex about it looking back at us?
And actually, like, this is the back of the Shedinja. That's really
Yes,
clever.
That's what I was talking about.
Oh my god. Oh god, how many streams do I have? A couple hundred worth of points now? You passed out on your desk and you don't know how many streams that you've passed on to. Oh my goodness. So Kaiba, if you were in the Doigan Swift stream, they raided me this morning at around about 12 o'clock. And I have been streaming all the way since 12 till now. So welcome. Enjoy the stream points. And I hope that you enjoy the last bit of this stream. Feel free to stick by or shoot off if you need to. Yeah, I hope you have a lovely time and a lovely day. Yeah, if we're just doing some Pokemon Fusion right now, I am the Dupus. I am a British-based artist, and I usually do illustration and plan to do some art teaching webinars in the future. You were watching Twitch since 8 in the afternoon yesterday. Oh my goodness. You've done like a bit of a sort of chat wave, and you've ended up here.
That's the best way to do it. You just ride the waves. Ride the raid waves. You never know where you're going.
Regardless, I'm glad to have you here. And yeah, if ever you want an art stream, I stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. And yeah, I plan on doing some future teaching stuff. Long click the back button on your browser and you might be able to see which streams you've been in. Oh my gosh, it'll be a little adventure. And we have got an ad coming up in 4 minutes or so, but yeah, we'll do some fusion. If you've got any suggestions or you see two that you really want to know what they fuse like, shout it out and I will go ahead and we'll see what that is. We've got everybody in here as well. And hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, so we've got like an Ekans here. I'm happy to like unfuse as well, except for the one. Igglybuff. You want to know all the streams you've been through while you were sleeping, but you use the Twitch app on your tablet. Oh my gosh. You're gonna have to do a bit of digging. All hail God Bidoof. Yes, that's 2 Bidoof. I want to know what the 2-bit Borel look like. You've had this game downloaded for so long, but you've never loaded it up. Oh my goodness, Smilky, if you play this, I'm gonna be watching the VODs or joining in whenever you play it, and B, I absolutely must see the abominations and perfect little beans that you make.
Just want to see everyone's reaction to Mr. Sir.
Oh my gosh, right?
That's just become my fun thing. It's just when people encounter Mr. Sir in the game. Every...
Who should we fuse next? Is there anyone that screams out to you, Sam?
I wouldn't mind seeing Yanma with stuff, but that's just because I like dragonflies.
Yeah.
But I don't know who with.
Let's see. Does Yanma with Eevee? Oh, it does not like it when I do it this way. Place, fuse, Select a Pokemon. Fuse.
Do it the proper way.
Yanma does with Eevee!
Ooh.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Yes!
I feel like Eevee fuses with a lot of things.
Yeah. Yavi! Oh!
Oh. Ooh.
It's just got a little bug!
Look
Send
at
it
the
back!
wing. Send it back.
You don't like its beak! They look like a superhero now. Oh my gosh. Finally a bug
My
type
Hero
Eevee.
Academia right now.
We thought we were getting a fairy, and instead we get this little champ. We could
A
do
bug type Eevee called Flareon.
yeah. We could do Monferno with someone.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Is there?
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Now we're talking about cursed Pokemon. Let's see what this is.
Oh. What are you?
Do you get to live with Mr. Surf? Oh.
Oh no!
Ah, thanks, deleted user. I love it.
Why? Why is it so big?
It's just so big and angy.
If your nose becomes itchy while you're sleeping, it's a sure sign that Drowsy is standing above your pillow and trying to eat your dream through your nostrils. Drowsy, don't do that.
You're laying in bed and this walks in. What'd you do?
Oh, we're going to ads. If you have ads, then feel free to come back. We'll be raiding someone else and we'll do a few more fusions. Oh no, my nostril. He thunk too hard and now he brain hurt. Who next? Ooh, I'm tempted to see. Do we have a Monferno one? No, we do not.
Yeah, Monferno's a middle evolution, so
Yeah. No.
no. So yeah, Monferno's gonna be a difficult one because it's the middle evolution.
Place. Fuse. Now we've already seen one of them. The other one, the other one. Somebody please custom that. Do we have any more Solosis? We can unfuse some Solosis. I'm more than happy to do that. Stop fusing. Place. So, like, let's unfuse Soloto. Because then we get our Ditto back as well. Oh god, the jar, you hate that? We were like, what is it? When it was just the preview, because it was just the outline of the jar. And we were like,
Free him!
what?
Free him! It's just an orb!
There is no with Monferno, but we could do Solosis with someone else if you want. A ball. Oh, another jar! Solosis and Ekans. Wait, goldfish? Let's have a look. Let's fuse. we just need to collect entire teams of jars. It's just a goldfish! It's Solodine!
It's a very creepy goldfish.
Yeah! It might be a bit jarring. Thank you, cat.
Too early.
You always say that.
It's too early. It's always too early.
Jar Pokemon. Okay, let's unfuse and have a look at what Ekans is. Fuse. Wait, fuse. You have no
You have
fusion
no
items
fusion items,
available.
You've run out.
I will run to the thing, and that will be our last fusion then. We'll pick up some more. Because I simply must know. And grab some Pokeballs for good measure. What would the Spirit Rock Pokemon and the Ditto fusion look like together? Would it be very pink? Or would it just be hundreds of Ditto faces in the Spirit Fog? Oh my gosh, with a Spiritomb? Oh my goodness. I bet that's really good. We had the Pokemon calculator link earlier.
I got it.
Yeah, if you could go ahead and pin that one again. It's all the Pokemon that are in this game as well. Are based off of the ones that are on this calculator. And it's all of Gen 1, all of Gen 2, and then I think it's like 147 Pokemon from all the rest of the gens. So if you have a fusion that you want to check out, it's so much fun to play with. I like just picking one Pokemon and then just clicking on like the random just to see who comes up.
To just do Beldum and stuff because Beldum's my baby.
Oh, there is one. Spiritomb and Ditto is hilarious. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna try and get a hold of a Spiritomb at some point then.
Oh my goodness, it is.
It's Solomon's. He's got a little face. It's just a little guy.
Is it controlling it or did it eat it?
Right. The snake cell Pokemon. He's a silly little guy. Alrighty. Only if there was a floating tongue at the front. You love the Solosis fusions.
There's a lot of combinations with Spiritomb.
Oh, I bet. Because Spiritomb's like quite popular as well, so like especially all the colors. That's gonna be really cool.
When you get a Spiritomb, combine it with Rattata.
Okay.
Alrighty.
What we're gonna do then is I'm gonna head us on over to someone else. So I'm just gonna change the screen here, and let's have a look at who is on. Just gonna load that up. If you give me a second. Let's see. Who in my Twitch is streaming right now? We actually have Drunk Degenerates streaming right now, and they're a regular chatter in here, so I'm gonna go over and stream them. So everybody go and say hi. They're doing some painting right now. Painting some zombie-side stuff. Yeah, he's great. So, if you want a chat message for raiding, we tend to go for "You've been duped," and you can do any kind of emote that you want. But if you have them, then we do have the dupus emotes there as well. So let me just do the raid message. Like that. There we are. So any variation of that with some emotes, and we'll go over and yeah, jump into Drunk's stream. So let me go ahead and click the start raid button. And you guys all have fun there. I will see you over there in a little bit. And yeah, thank you again for anybody who stopped by. I will be live again on Wednesday. Check out my Twitter for any posts there. And see you all then. Take care now.
We have swapped.